I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert trader, Bull Barbie. Good morning, everyone. Good morning,
Good
Magnus.
morning.
Abhishek. Nick is out getting recharged today. If you're wondering, where's Nick at? How are you doing, Barbie?
Well, as good as I can be on a little bit heavy day today. I think we have to acknowledge that aside from being 9/11, we do have the Charlie Kirk loss, so a little bit of heaviness this morning, but we'll make the most of our day today.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Charlie Kirk was an activist, and he was assassinated yesterday. And our whole country is very sad about this. Barbie, you posted on your X, well said. You said violence is never okay. Read it again. Spread the word. So regardless of your political sides, violence is never okay.
It doesn't make any sense to me why that would ever be an answer for a disagreement over personal opinions, but
Yes, agreed. So our prayers are with his family and friends. Let's take a look at the charts. We had a CPI this morning.
we did have CPI this morning. We can go ahead and kind of look at those candles real quick. If y'all were watching it live, I bet the degens were. Who was degenning watching it live? Immediate reaction lower, right? And then crept back up and kind of been bouncing around inside of that candle. The data came in as expected, so there was not really anything exciting. So, this was just this is a little algo reaction here. And the market is kind of just we're looking a little bit balanced, but still kind of bullish because that's that mode that we were already in. Basically, the market's been pricing in these rate cuts, and everything's still looking good for that, even with all of these revisions and things. Although the revisions kind of get more complicated because, we're not just looking at the cost of things and employment data. We're looking at how they all tie together for things like the Fed rate. And so far, everything has been coming in pretty in agreement with with what the Fed's plans have been. So that's kind of what we're seeing in the market. We got that move down and then kind of right back to business. So let's take a look at the daily right now. I think it's always good to put this in perspective. So we have had a very green week. It's just been green, 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 green. But the way that I kind of look at this is we had a little bit of consolidation area. I normally draw boxes on these, but it's kind of a breakout right now. So I'm going to do the line. And this is really kind of a breakout that we're having. And it's been happening really slowly. And we're kind of consolidating inside of that. But that was the market kind of waiting for all this data. So it could be that we kind of finish this move up and hit these extensions up here, which right now I have around, my target up there was 65.85. So it's kind of beyond these, but into this 2 to 3 ATR zone. And it might just be that the market kind of has to make that sort of move before we can get a little retracement back down, refuel, head back up. I also kind of look at this the way, we're day traders, we're looking at these little like intraday quick positions, but there's a lot of different methods going, and a lot of these bigger players, they're not making those quick moves. They're making slower moves. I like to make slower moves too. I'm still diamond handing some calls from this move here too.
Winning.
So I'm doing that. I'm trying to just make sure that all of these kind of things are in alignment with what the market's continuing to do. So, that's why I like to diversify. I have a bunch of different things going on. When the market's slow, I can kind of play with the bigger guys a little bit. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to get some action today. So we have had CPI numbers out today, and hopefully that'll kind of loosen up the market wherever it kind of wants to go. And I took my levels off of here. I'm gonna have to put my messy chart on because I guess I did get this chart fully prepared this morning, but it's not too messy. In fact, I don't even have all my levels on here.
I like
But
it.
I still have, well, down there it's gotten a little crazy, but, well, the way I organize my charts is I chart on the individual quarterly contracts so that I can ditch all the chaos every quarter. We're getting there. But, I have the PPI candle still marked out. That is the all-time high as well, so it's kind of a good level to take note of up there at 65, 65, 25. That would be the breakout point in making new all-time highs, and that level that I'm kinda watching up there, and this is just based on, like, sigma calculations and things, is up here around 65.85 is basically an extension. So, let's see. We have that high up there is kind of the breakout high. It's right above this area that is definitely resistance around 65.50. Well, 65.55 to 55.60, so a little bit above that. But that's kind of that resistance zone. So it's once we get through there, and if we push through all-time highs and then kind of come back down and retest that, we could end up seeing a really bullish day today. The other thing is CPI kind of came in at expectations, and we're getting close to these extensions and things. So we could end up chopping, and the most likely area to chop is going to be inside of these data candles. So we have the PPI high up there. I just mentioned the PPI low was 65.38, and then the CPI low was 65.35.50. So that's going to be kind of our new support and potential breakout for lower to retest back down to 65.20 to that support zone. So that's kind of the immediate price action that we have right here. The chop, if we just stay super balanced, it's just probably going to be inside of these data candles, and then the break lower would be below it, and the break higher would be above it. That little setup that I was looking at for CPI, where I was looking for the market to kind of move lower and give us that CPI, was kind of exactly down to this. I was watching the 65.35 when that came out, and that's exactly where it came down to. So that kind of was that little spot that I was looking for, and the market's kind of already done it. But we might get a retest of that sort of move in the regular trading hours too, in which case we can look and see if the market's going to support a reversal on that same kind of spot down there. So that's a big watch, the 65.35 to 65.38.
Exciting. I'm feeling good about today. And your calls, you're still diamond handing them?
I mean, I'm out of most of them. So the way I do my swings, it's a lot like I'll take these day trades that I scale out of when you've seen me like with the 5 lots. And so I do it really similar. I'll take a bulk of the position off. So that way the position is paid for and I have some profits, and then I can just let the runners run. Because in options, that can be, a 400 or 500% run on your final little bit of the position. And I don't hate that when that happens. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for today on those and my little diamond hand runners here. But
It's amazing. W for Barbie, guys. Let's go. I love how you manage your risk with the options. In a different episode, you shared with us how you basically take risk off, like once it goes in your favor to pay for the option, and then you just let the trades run.
yeah, I've been having some fun with options lately. I like how we have, I like having both of those leverage products kind of at my disposal. Futures are so great for these little intraday moves, but a lot of the times options are really kind of a sweet spot for longer terms. And so it's great to have kind of both skills. We did hit some 0 DTE options in my Discord power hour yesterday. That was fun. I haven't done that in a while. I usually use futures for those moves.
Fun. Do you buy the 0 DTEs, or are you selling spreads?
Yeah, I just do the options. I know you're talking about spreads a lot. I use spreads more for non-directional plays, and then I just buy the SPX calls or puts. I just straight up buy them. I like how that's a really defined risk. So I think yesterday we went in for about $250 a position, and it was like an instant double your money. And if you held, you could have tripled or quadrupled. So that's the kind of thing that we do with options. That's why when whenever like someone says full port or something like that, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking you bought all those calls and your account has no buying power left. So it's why I have a hard time translating that to futures sometimes. But the leverage is a little bit more straightforward, I feel like, in options because it's not as leveraged really. So, oh yeah, we did some. Anybody hit those with us last? I'm wanting to say last night, yesterday afternoon.
Good morning, Baba Jum.
Was a long afternoon.
So chat, what are you guys thinking for the day? Are you thinking long, short, or no trade? I can't believe how close we are to these all-time highs again.
Yeah,
Raphael,
I mean, ES is there. ES is pumping them. We hit a new one on CPI,
so amazing.
didn't we?
I know NQ hit it or came super close yesterday.
I know we were 3
in
points off.
pre-market.
We were 3 points off.
Maybe
Yeah, we're right
today.
there.
We'll have to do like a celebratory dance tomorrow if your calls.
I'll let you do the dance.
Levi says, I think we test highs and tank.
Everybody always wants the tank. I
It's the
swear.
fast.
You guys are
it's
here for the
fast
drama.
move. We love the drama. I did catch up on my Real Housewives of Orange County this morning. Just had to catch a little drama.
I just miss the old ones when it was, just actually a bunch of knuckleheads running around in their ridiculous houses. Now it's like so produced.
Yeah, it definitely is. Gretchen is back on the Orange County one. She's one of the OGs. Levi caught longs in NQ around 8 a.m. Congrats.
Very nice.
We should get some good moves today.
And we had a decent little when we have a big wick down right to support on data, that's usually a buy for me. I don't know, I wasn't feeling it. I think I am a little bummed out just by life. So sometimes when you're feeling a little extra heavy, you're just not as aggressive with your trading, and that's one of the skills that we have to have as a trader is kind of recognizing what we're up for mentally.
Mm-hmm. And like lack of sleep, I've noticed that's a big one. I tend to make poor trading decisions more often than not when I'm very tired.
What is sleep?
Who needs it?
I've heard legends. So some of you guys are kind of just asking for general advice, and sometimes it's hard to say, well, what went wrong without looking at accounts and things. But I do know just from experience that most of the time when you're struggling in trading, it's an issue of discipline, patience, and not having a fully formed plan that you're sticking to.
Mm-hmm.
Like if any basket of issues that I'm ever brought that I'm helping with somebody, it comes down to those things. I think a lot of times we think we have a plan, but we don't really have a plan because we have an idea, but it's not a fully formed plan yet. I've definitely been that. I'm speaking from experience here. I've come to the market with ideas that aren't plans yet and tried to trade them.
Like if I have the idea that will sell off 100 points, it's just an idea.
Yeah.
And it's easy to get in for me personally, like if I start trying to trade that idea and I have no set plan, it's like I could take like 20 trades trying to execute that idea, right? Yeah, it is definitely a problem. Baba
That is the
Jum.
hard thing about prop firms. I mean, sometimes it's frustrating for me because I have more freedom in my own live account. But the nice thing about the prop firms is it really does make you be accountable to a really strict set of rules. So if you can survive in a prop account, you should be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have a plan until she says she's pregnant. Oh God. Stop killing me. And we've talked about a lot lately how really being picky and taking fewer trades tends to work too. But if you think about it, I mean, if you take one trade, your chance of having 100% win rate is pretty good. If you take 2 trades, is still pretty good. Like, usually the more trades you take, the lower your win rate. So the lower your win rate, the higher your risk to reward has to be. So you end up in kind of some weird, crazy math sometimes with that one. An
Yeah.
OCO bracket is it stands for one cancels other. So basically that would be a bracket. So it's kind of synonymous, OCO and bracket, because if a bracket is when you have your take profit and your stop loss connected. So if your take profit hits, your stop loss cancels. If your stop loss cancels, your profit hits. Who has had like the phantom order left because you thought, okay, I've got my position and I've got my stop loss and I've got my take profit, and you're like, oh, take profit hit, I'm good. And then you're in the other room, order filled. It's like that order you left there. So that's the
Yeah.
nice thing about brackets, is it gets rid of a lot of that. Yeah, I don't trade futures without brackets.
I also will compulsively clear hit exit all like 5 times
Yeah.
just to make sure all orders. It's so easy to forget orders sometimes, like maybe you accidentally put one and you forgot, or yeah, just in case. That's happened to me
There.
before, where I opened up the account and it was like blown, or there's an open order and it's moving around. Like, what? Where did this order come from?
We don't have the exit all and cancel button on NinjaTrader, so I have the positions and orders tab up, and I always check that. Like, it's disconnect, or no, it's check the orders and then disconnect. Like, that's my thing.
Mm.
My disconnect procedure. Explain brackets a little more. What's not clear about that? Basically, if you have a position on the market, so my trading software is set up to automatically throw out a bracket. I think Terry's is too. A lot of people have it set up this way. So as soon as you hit the buy or sell button or have a limit order there, so whether you're marketing in or limiting in, as soon as that order hits, it automatically attaches the stop loss and the profit. So those orders are basically already attached to your orders. Otherwise, you could just flat out buy or sell the market, and then you have no profit take or stop loss on there until you actually exit. And what we're talking about is having those orders already populated out there for you. So I have it to where mine's automatically throws out kind of an arbitrary profit and stop loss, and then I move it to the level where I actually want it to be. I think that's how a lot of traders do it. But basically, if you just enter a bear position and you have your stop loss down here, so if it's a buy position, we bought the market, so we have a stop loss down here that'll sell, and we have a take profit up here that'll sell. If you hit your stop loss down here, you could still have that sell up here. So you're out of your position, you think you're flat, but then it goes back up and hits that sell, and now all of a sudden you're short the market on a breakout. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we like to have those orders automatically attached that have the stop loss and the take bracket. It's bracketing your order. Microphone's my order, okay? It's a bracket around my order that's got the 2 different orders on there, and it's all kind of one unit. So
And I
it'll
can
all close together.
quick share my screen just to show you like how to set it I'll do it real quick, guys, for the newbies here.
The Trading View one is really nice and clean and simple. That's why I was like, if I do the NinjaTrader one, it's weird.
Yeah, it is different. So here it is. If you click here on this little gear, ATM means automatic trade management. You click here, you can turn it on. I'm going to create one. Let's call this one 200, 200. For some reason, it deleted all of my brackets. So you can choose like how you want it to be bracketed, whether in ticks or I like to do it in dollar value. So I'll do $200. I'm going to take profit, and then 200 is my risk. Stop type, you can pick what type of stop you want. I'm just going to do a regular stop, and that's it. So when I execute this, it'll automatically put the stop and the TP, which is nice. And it's also nice because you can put like a limit order. I don't trade this way. I do admire people who trade this way because I wish I could trade this way sometimes, where people think, oh, okay, I really like this level to sell. And then they'll just put like a limit order here to sell. And then once it gets triggered, it'll automatically put those brackets for you so people can, go to sleep, but when they wake up and the trade has already been working for them, which is really cool.
Andy, definitely. Yeah, I'll be careful with my hands in the microphone. I know. I've seen the screen grabs, but yeah, definitely. If you're not using bracket orders, I would highly recommend learning to use those. So much easier. If you use TradingView, is there a way to have a bracket? So I don't trade on TradingView because I don't like how they don't have advanced brackets and things. There might be a way to have a bracket, but I think you have to enter it when you're entering your position. I know you just want to have one screen open, but if it's so much easier to trade on two different or to trade on trading platform and chart on charting platform, it's worth it. We have trading platforms and charting platforms, right? Sometimes they're the same, but
Yeah, Q
yes,
says
Ninja has brackets. Ninja has really great brackets. I didn't want to. That's what I was saying. Like, if I show my brackets, they have multiple exits generally. That's what the TradingView ones are a lot more simple. The really cool thing with the Ninja Trader ones is you can attach them to indicators and things too. Get real
oh,
fancy
that's
with it.
so cool.
So if you want to just get out at VWAP, you can say get out at VWAP, or you can offset it a few ticks or whatever you want. ATEX says you can add brackets on TradingView after. I'm just not going to be the TradingView trading expert because I don't like trading on TradingView.
Ooh, there's a poll at market open, up or down. I don't know, but I feel like I want to pick one. What do you think, Barbie? Up or down? If you have to pick one.
Well, I
I
mean, that's always going to depend on my levels a little bit. I'm just waiting for the levels to hit.
So far, 59% have voted up.
We've got some pressure. I love this. Abby just got married, so we need to know when the babies are coming.
Congratulations. Yeah, news weeks are hard to trade the opens.
But it's okay to let the craziness happen and then get in.
Mm.
I've actually noticed that because the trades, because I kind of have my morning split up. I stream here and then I split. I go stream on my channel, and so I kind of have my trades split up. I've been hitting the big ones after this or towards the end of the stream and then into my other stream because that's when we've been getting the market to kind of settle down and reverse. Is like an hour after it's been open. Lots
5
of
minutes.
buying into that CPI candle, though, so that is good to note that it's not a bearish CPI candle.
Oh, I
Market
do
likes.
like that. Deepa Deep says, day off for me. Yesterday was a loss. I am not trading until I can
Mhm.
understand this. Maybe evals, not funded ones.
I think it's a bummer that you are struggling, but I do think it's a really good job. If I know it's really exciting, you want to participate every single day. We get FOMO really, really bad. Sometimes it is absolutely worth it to take a work day and a study day and get organized, get your stuff in order, get your plan written. Because if you don't have your plan fully formed, it's going to set you back. So if you can take the time to get that plan formed, it'll help you every single day after that. You have to think about opportunity costs a little bit too. So you feel like you're, instead of thinking about FOMO, think about opportunity cost. Is it going to cost me, if I go to the market unprepared today, is it going to cost me that day in the market? It very well could. If you come to the market prepared, it's less likely to cost you that day. So if you can stand it, it's good to, spend that one day getting prepared so that you don't lose that opportunity cost every day after that.
Oh, shout out to No Luck Pure Skill, locked in another 2K for a payout from MyFundedFutures.
And as a reminder, that is no luck. It is pure skill.
It is pure skill. Let's go. Congrats. Two minutes until the market's going to open. NQ is up by about 93 points and ES is up by about 17 points. Looks like the markets, both markets are retracing that entire news candle. Maybe we get the PPI retracement too today. It's pushing.
You're wanting death, huh? Who's
What?
team death with Terry?
What? What's going on?
I thought you were wanting to retrace that whole candle back down.
Oh, no. Retrace going opposite, reverse the PPI candle. Yeah. Maybe we make a new high today. That would be exciting. Oh, that's a good question. Do you also go through the feeling of disappointment when you don't follow your rules but still make money?
This disappointment may not be the right word, but I still, so if I don't follow the rules, I still get frustrated with myself every single time. If I make money after that, I kind of just think of that's the luck. That's the pure luck.
Mhm. The pure luck and not skill.
Yeah. But I think it gets easier with time. Oh, are we open? Ding, ding, ding.
We're open.
See if we're gonna take off here or not. But yeah, the feeling of following your rules and winning is so much better than not following your rules and happening to win.
Mhm.
NASDAQ could just straight up rocket here. We don't. There's been a lot of buying on the tape since the CPI candle. I have been watching that. We shall see.
All the shorts getting squeezed from yesterday.
It's their fault for shorting. You short a Trump market, you deserve to be squeezed, right?
Oof, they're powerful squeezes. Oh, Joseph said ES isn't pushing. It's trying.
It's not weak though.
Mm-mm.
Here come the buyers. Let's see if
Here
they
they
bring it up
come.
here.
Ooh, YM is pushing, making new highs from overnight. Everything is looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing buying. We'll see if it holds. That's always that thing on that first candle. You can see a big surge and then it can fall apart really quickly.
It reminds me of the market on close. Like all of a sudden it looks like we're shooting up 30 points and then just like 50 points dump.
Ebus, congrats. So what's your deal with might be? You're either done or you're not done. Maybe you're done with that account. You need to decide if
J-Buzz.
you're done or not, buddy. But congrats.
Congrats. Barbie's trying to help you. Let's go. 1,200 on your funded.
Those are the gains you do not want to get back. So
No, that's the worst feeling.
that sounds a
Done
lot.
it
That's
so
what
many
I'm talking
times.
about. That if I say that account's done for the day, that's what I mean. That's because it's got my $1,200 in it, and I'm going to move on either to another funded or an eval. Let's go. Done, done, done.
Or a
you have to
paper
remember.
account.
You have to remember to enjoy your day, because if you had lost $1,200, you would be so mad at yourself and you'd be kicking yourself. I didn't follow my rules. I'm such a shit trader. And you need to give that same, at least that same level of energy to winning.
Yeah. So there's this really funny meme where like this cartoon character loses like $40 and the person freaks out, right? Like, I can't believe I lost $40. And then you see the same cartoon meme like sitting in front of the charts, and it's like their account's down like $3,000 and they're just like smiling. We can lose perspective so easily in day trading, I feel like. Yeah, so when I heard you say like the $1,200, like lock it in. It's a lot of money. Sometimes definitely easier said than done. It comes back to that word discipline that Barbie keeps trying to ingrain in us. Jason is waiting for the first 15 minutes. Maybe the orb might be a really good trade today with the breakout, hopefully.
It could be. I degened this a little bit. Let me make sure my orb stuff is running.
Let's
Okay,
go.
I just saw so much buying. I wanted to try
Yeah.
it. See some options traders in the chat. Yeah, so that CPI high, which is not on my chart right now, fix that, is definitely a good one to watch there. The 65.65, that should be the breakout or rejection spot.
The 65.
You know what's funny? In chat, I can tell who trades ES versus who trades NASDAQ by how they're talking about the all-time high.
Oh.
Because ES is right there. And so if you're an ES trader, like, oh, we're testing all-time highs again. And if you're a NASDAQ trader, it's like, are we going to make all-time highs today? Showing your cards today. Patience is such a huge skill for trading, Bob. All right, I'm just going to put a little protection trail on that. I'm not giving it up in the morning.
NQ made a high of 23,997. I am going to take the break if this breaks the low of that first candle. So I'll stop.
NASDAQ just hit 2,400 too, so that could also be a little reaction there. Yeah, I'm telling my chat to not sleep on the open, high, low, close values right now too. They're noticing and how clean the markets are trading with that. Aw, don't hit my stop.
I got tagged in that 5-minute orb. Thank you, Oats Trades. Oats Trades just like the stream. Let's go. Everyone, triple smash. Let's get the party started. Okay, drag my stop. There. It hit TP.
Way to go. Let's get it.
Let's get it. 1 micro. Sticking to my plan. Barbie, I did start an Excel spreadsheet so I can journal
There you
each
go.
individual trade last night. I took it to heart what you and Nick were like, Terry, you need a plan. You cannot trade without a plan. So yes, I did take that to heart. I started my spreadsheet. It's so cute. Super basic. Yes, it was a 5-minute or break on the low end, on the low side. I wanted the short if it were to break on the first 5-minute candle. Jay-Z just asked about it. So I'm flat now.
Jay-Z? Jay-Z is in the chat?
Gay-Z.
Oh, okay. Ghazi. I
Gazi.
thought you said Jay-Z, like the singer. I was like, oh, he's a trader? Sweet.
You never know. That would be cool. Oh, we're getting closer to 50,000 subs. Let's get it to 50,000 subs, and then Luke will cook up something very special for us. We're so close. Only 400 more. Maybe you read the same comment I did. That was funny.
Well, we're really kind of getting hung up in the resistance on ES. This is the spot that if we're going to break out of, we've got to get through. NASDAQ is having a stronger reaction. That's why I'm kind of seeing the play happen on ES right now, because that's where we're really kind of at a level. NASDAQ is too. I don't want to say it's not. It's really kind of hitting that 20. It didn't technically hit 24,000, but I know I put orders right around those guys. I'm pretty sure other people do too. Oh, Hunter said he had a sell sitting at 23,999. Yeah, it was not nice to those of us really looking at that number. Yeah, I'm sitting on my hands right now too. See, I saw the order flow and I was hoping that it would continue. I didn't get the continuation. So I guess Terry, you were doing like a 5-minute breakout, right? A 5-minute opening range. So that one worked.
Yeah, that one worked. Maybe the 15 might work too. Let's see what this next candle does. Good morning, Rally Point. It's testing VWAP here. I think that's my VWAP line. Let me make sure. Sometimes with Tradeovate, I don't know what happens, but like if there's an update, it'll delete everything that I saved. Not sure why that happens. Yeah, that's VWAP.
Order flow. That one's for Voltron.
Hey, Voltron. We need Magnus back on here to say, stop order filled. He does it perfectly.
Yeah, Nick is missing in action today. That it's unexpected. I think he's not feeling well or something. Something came up. We'll get him. We'll beat him back into submission, get him back on here.
Oh, feel better, Magnus.
The stuff's going around like crazy. Wash your hands. Everybody, wash your hands. That could be it. Have you guys been too mean to Nick? Were you bullying Nick too hard and he had to leave? We gotta get Magnus better too to get back on the workouts.
Yeah, I've heard for very, very
We haven't bullied Nick
little
enough.
very fit people that like when you get sick, it's the hardest part about being sick is not being able to go to the gym.
Yeah, I
'Cause it
mean
ma yeah.
that's a really important part of your day. It literally keeps you sane. So I had a really hard time. I'm not like a gym person, but I have decided that my gym is, moving hay around and all of the other nonsense that I do. But knocking you down really like it's a mental thing too. I was down for a while because I had a surgery that didn't go well last year. And that was the hardest part for me mentally, was just like not being able to do my regular stuff. It's really hard.
Yeah, especially with all the chores and responsibilities that you have with all of the animals.
It's
It
not
is
just
a
that, it's like, you wanna go do all the things. I wanna do all the kid stuff, and I wanna be outside, and I wanna be on my regular schedule, and it sucks when that gets taken away from you.
yeah.
The market has been really slow after these data drops lately. Have y'all noticed that? This
Mm.
is kinda what I was talking about earlier. It's, like, really slow in the morning session, the open of the morning session, and then, we're getting some nicer moves kinda after the dust settles a little bit. That's when I've been making my money. You can go look at your little stats on MyFundedFutures when you're trading their accounts too, that it'll tell you those opening trades, maybe not so good, Barbie. Maybe you should wait until 15, 30 minutes after. Those are when your good trades are. That is the hardest part about trading, right? We get all this input, it's good input, like be disciplined, make a plan, look at your stats, right, reevaluate everything, make tweaks, optimize. We don't do any of that. We're like, "Oh, let's go long. This is probably gonna work."
If it's a good idea with one account, why wouldn't it be a good idea with multiple accounts?
Or it's still a good idea. I'll just buy more. I'm at my stop loss. I'll just buy more.
It's difficult to execute the things that we know we need to execute. I did ask Ash on X, I was like, how do you stay so disciplined? He's one of the most disciplined traders. And I will read to you what he said.
And, I want to point out that some of the traders that like get the reputation for, I don't want to use this word, but this is what some of y'all say, is like being more boring or whatever. They make so much money being very methodical and very careful. You cannot sleep on that stuff. When you've got somebody who's really, really, truly waiting for that very best setup, they're not having to make up for all those losses along the way. They're just taking that win.
Mhm.
And when you do that, when you have a really high success rate and things like that, you can take bigger positions. So it ends up working out in a few different ways.
Yeah, and now he's scaling his live account with MyFundedFutures. He's taken multiple payouts from it. It's very impressive. He said, "How do I stay so disciplined? My reason why. My reason why is so strong that I can endure anyhow. I've fully committed myself to providing for my family, and for that reason, there is no impulse or intrusive thought that will deter me from accomplishing that." When I read that, I was like, wow, that's such a strong why of
Yeah.
to stay disciplined.
I agree with that too. I think, because I get asked that a lot. It's like, how do you how do you stay disciplined and not take so many trades? How do you not blow accounts all the time? Especially, I don't blow my personal account because I can't, like, then I don't have anything else to trade with, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's always been it for me too, is I didn't want to go to my old job anymore. I hated it. I was burnt out. It wasn't just like I was tired of it, you guys. I was not tired of it. I was completely burnt out. I was repulsed by the idea of going and doing that the next day. Like, I did not want to do it. Like, you couldn't have paid me twice my best year to get out of bed and do that most days. And that's the drive that keeps me patient and all that, is this has to work. If this doesn't work, what am I going to do? Go get a job? How can I just like go work for somebody else after doing this and after owning my own business? It's just not, like, failure is not an option. And when failure is literally not an option, you have to take a good hard look at everything, and that's yourself, taking a good hard look at yourself and really making sure that you figure out that discipline, because it's not an option not to have it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It kind of reminds me of when people experience a major health scare, and then it's like the stakes are so high that that is sometimes what it takes for someone to change their workout behavior, their eating behavior, because it's the why is so strong.
But yeah, I mean, I was just absolutely determined to make this work come hell or high water. And I mean, I was starting out on Robinhood, just trying to, I didn't know about options yet. I didn't know about futures yet. And I was just, trying to buy some things low and sell them. And I realized that this was never going to make a big difference. It wasn't going to make the difference that I needed without figuring out how these guys were doing this, what all this leverage stuff was. That's how I got into options, which eventually led me to futures. But um, that question always gets me. I see this question online on X or in the chat or whatever. It's like, is it really possible? Do people really do this? Like, people
Mhm.
do this every day for a living? Like, yes, this is a real thing, but it takes the kind of person who's determined enough to take a good hard look at themselves to be able to get through to the other side, because there's a lot of struggle. It doesn't matter who you are. I know we all think we're special, but it doesn't matter who you are. There's going to be struggle between starting trading and doing it for a living and creating wealth. That's just the way life is. Like, there's going to be a struggle there.
Mhm. I laughed when you're like, "I know we all think we're so special." I too thought that. I was like, "I'm smart. I can learn this in just a few months." I Other people, maybe it took them like years, but I can do it in a few months. No.
Everybody.
Yeah, everyone thinks that.
I see
Yeah.
that all the time, and I see people, like, looking for that holy grail, and it's like, honestly, if you just came out of some other random career and in here to learn how to trade, and you think that you're gonna be better than all these other people from all these different outlooks, including financial backgrounds, like, why would we think that?
Mhm. Jan says it's easier to get disciplined in doing stuff. It's hard to get disciplined in not doing stuff. That's why trading discipline is a lot harder to build up. The
That's probably
discipline to, yeah.
that's a good point, I like that.
Hmm.
We do get biased like that, our brains are against us sometimes. I think when you're wondering, I see this so much. How am I trying to say this? If you're, we look at other people, but we're putting our own struggles onto them. And so that's why, if this is so hard for me to trade, then why should other people be able to do it? And that does kind of become a trap that we get in a little bit. We have to remember that it's not about intelligence either. I think some of the most intelligent people can have more struggles because they're in their head so much more, and
Hmm.
it's you're trying to analyze all this stuff that doesn't need to be analyzed. I get all of these questions about the strategies that I put out all the time, and every single time it's somebody trying to when they can't make it work, it's because they're overcomplicating it. So my whole plan here is just to keep everything as simple as possible. Even though I'm really smart, I want to keep everything as simple as possible because that's then I can focus on just keeping it easy and relaxed.
Mhm. I think my experience in the past, like with school, with work, it was always the harder you work, the harder you try, it equals good results and better results. And that is something that has been difficult for me in the world of trading because just because you try harder, because you're trying like the same things, it doesn't equal success, right? Like it's
Yeah,
sometimes
I think I was talking
yeah,
about this the other day, but it might have been on the other stream about how we're not leveraging our time for money. We're leveraging our expertise and our skill when we're trading. It's not an exchange of time. The market is not hiring you on an hourly basis.
it's not, but I want it to. No, actually I don't.
Yeah,
I want to make
well, because
millions.
that's where you can get on the crazy exponential wealth curves. Like, you don't want it to be exchanging time
No.
for money. You want there to be no ceiling.
That's so true, VJ. To build that conviction takes collecting data on your strategy.
Yes. That's the homework. Nobody wants to do the
Mhm.
homework, and that's where the money is. Like, if
That's
I
how
told you that you would definitely make $10,000 in October if you spent the rest of the month coming up with a trading plan, trading that plan, and testing that plan, and refining that plan, would you do it? Or if I
yeah.
told you you can make $40,000, but nobody does it. Yet nobody does it.
Mhm. That's how I felt, Barbie, yesterday when I was working on that Excel spreadsheet. I'm like, "This feels like homework." I'm like, "This must be a good thing that it feels like homework because I didn't really wanna do it, and I'm like, this" yeah, but I'm doing it. Trading homework. I just wanna have all the fun. I just wanna show up for the party. I don't wanna do the homework, but if I wanna make that 10,000, that 40,000, like what Barbie is saying, then yes, I have
I
to
know you
do the
don't have
homework.
that promise, but it is kinda like that.
Yeah.
So in trading, it's not about the time and the effort you put in as much. I mean, it is about the time and or it's about the effort you put in more than the time, but it's about actually following through the steps and getting data and getting practice. So you're not necessarily getting practice when you just come to the market unprepared and throw trades out.
Mhm. Getting good practice being a degen trader, but that doesn't equal consistent money in the bank account. Or
Doesn't it
that
looks really cool on YouTube and X
yeah.
sometimes, but
So I was watching Steve stream on MyFundedFutures last night, and I experienced a little FOMO watching like him trade, and then all the traders in chat like they were trading and people were making money, and I was watching because I told myself, okay, no more trades after 7:30, like my time, and I typed in the chat. I was like, oh, I feel like I want to trade now, and Denny was like, no FOMO, Terry, no FOMO. It sometimes that can trigger you, like, watching people trading, making money, but, it was good that I didn't have, like, the platform up or anything like that to tempt me. Plus, I had just finished the journaling, the Excel sheet, and I typed out, like, the trades that I took. I was like, "Yeah, I don't no, this is good." And also, like, he don't wanna be trading all day long, every single session. It's just too much. Like, it's
it is a
okay.
lot.
Yeah,
I mean, I
totally.
get mentally drained doing that. There is a lot of mental processing we're doing. Like, is that a stampede? Is that a high? Is that like what is did we get equal lows? Like, we're doing a lot. And by the way, I saw somebody was saying that Trump is speaking. I went and double checked. They're at a September 11th observation event, so I'm not going to expect him to fly off the wall with any comments on this. It's probably a very solemn event.
Oh, the poll is completed. So 64% voted that the market would go up at the open, and 35% voted that it would go down.
I'm trying to share this. I did get back into this. This is not why. Oh, I'm on the wrong. What a dumbass. Okay, it's on the wrong instrument. Like, why isn't this showing my trade? I ended up just kind of retrying that. Oh,
Let's
okay.
go. Was that one contract out?
3.
3?
So now trying those last 2. I've got an automation or my automated trade management bracket running on this one.
Let's
So
go. W for Barbie.
let's just let it go, see what it does.
Go, 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 go.
I'm still in kind of this buy the lows mode. I've been in it all year. I've not been able to shake this buy the lows. Like, as long as Trump's around, it's been working really well to wait for the lows. Sometimes I miss the shorts, but man, it works.
Bull Barbie's in the house. You mostly trade on the long side? Like when you look at the
Yeah.
percentage?
I didn't used to. I've just noticed well, I mean, I'm trading in my own account too. I don't have the pretty stats on that. But yeah, I've just noticed that because I do the trade recaps too and then streaming on my streams like, yeah, I missed that short. I saw that short. I didn't take it. I don't know why I didn't take it, but let's wait for the long. And that's been happening a lot this year. That's all right. There's plenty of people that only trade one side and make plenty of money. So I don't mind focusing on that if that's where I'm making a lot of money. And it might change later too. Because I started day trading, after COVID. So I took a lot of shorts. A lot of shorts.
During COVID. Look at it run. Woo! Go, go. ES is looking much stronger than NQ.
Yep. I like it.
YM is up almost 1% on the day so far. Just took off. Holy smokes. Sometimes when I look at YM, I'm like, I want to trade YM. Why am I not trading YM?
Well, you can just, do your homework on it because the reason that I like just trading ES with the side of NASDAQ is because I don't have to do that much work. I've already done my homework. I know how the S&P moves. I know how to capture different trades with it. And I don't necessarily know that with something like the YM or the Russell. Even though I keep an eye on them, I don't totally know their personalities yet. And so, just go play with it. The ticks move a little bit differently and all that sort of thing. So it's good to just kind of get some orders out in paper and see how it feels.
Homework this weekend.
Yeah, YM is Dow. So we got ES for the S&P and Q for NASDAQ, YM for Dow. I don't know why it's YM. I don't make the rules.
How's gold looking? Curious about gold. Gold kept making all new highs.
Well, it's down a little bit today.
Oh, that's good. Good for the indexes to go higher, maybe. It deleted my gold contract off my thing. Barbie, what gold contract are we in? GCZ?
I've been looking at the continuous.
Oh. Ah.
There, I have it on this one. I mean, not a lot for
Oh,
the
see.
open. It's got a definite little trend line moving down lower here.
Thanks, guys.
You could potentially look for that low right there, 36.55. Got another one off. I'm gonna put this back on ES because I want to watch it. So I like this being over the PPI high. I just want to let this trail. I do have a target kind of up there around 85, which is why I have that order a little below that.
Beautiful trade. I watched your trade recap, the one that you made last night. It's good. It's very good. I don't know if you guys have
An
seen
everyday
it.
trade, but you know what that one was? That was another example of sat there and watched the short not being in it. I saw the short setting up. I was even on the stream and I was like, this kind of looks like a short. I don't want to take it. And I didn't. But then I waited for what I wanted, which was that long down there. So even though it ended up being a smaller play, it did what I needed it to do, which is what we need. So you've probably noticed that I'll take these little longs in here and that'll be the swing high. My exit will be the swing high. And I don't care. It feels a little dangerous, but sometimes that's a little move we need to get going. And that's the one I like. So I take it.
Yeah, Pigeon. Pigeon said, I didn't know we could trade Dow Jones. Yes. Each point is worth $5.
And Q just rocket up or what? Yeah, NASDAQ, what is your problem? Get with the program. Can you go look? I mean, you're making your sister look real good right now, huh?
I saw Apple close like down 3% or something yesterday. Thought that was interesting. Oracle. The guy is the richest man in the whole world after that huge Oracle pump.
Is he the
He
richest in the
surpassed.
world, or are they? I think they're just bragging that he passed Elon, or was Elon the richest? I don't know. I don't keep up with these things. But yeah, big move on Oracle.
Cute.
I was trying to show it yesterday. I don't know if we got
Oh
to
my
it.
gosh. Sari thought we said Sari's name. Oh no, it's now Sari saying hello.
So this is the move. There's the little earnings tag, that little reg right there. So before earnings, it was around 240. And then after earnings, it hit a high of 345. 345.
Yeah,
A little bit of a
Ellison.
bump.
Ooh. Ellison tops Musk as world's richest man after $101 billion gain.
So it's both. He beat Musk and he's richest in the world.
Yep.
Not
Incredible.
bad.
Larry Ellison.
We were having a little bit of talk about that last night because it's like, where did Oracle come from? Because we're a Dell house. Where did Oracle come from? They don't. What kind of AI servers do they have? And I was like, well, I mean, they have a lot of big contracts, like TikTok, and they got a lot going on. Let's go. Let's go. All-time high party.
Let's go. Your calls are
Yes.
printing. The calls that you left running.
Oh yeah, I should check to see where those are too. I'm watching on the daily, see when I'm going to get out of that. I keep kind of putting a crazy, wild sell order out there every day to see if it'll hit. It hasn't hit yet, but they are 638 calls, so I've been in them for a while.
Satvinder asked, what would you have done if you were not a trader? That's
I
a
got a
tough
whole
question.
I had a whole career before this, so I mean, I was in real estate, but man, that'll burn you out too. I was doing sales and development and construction. It was a lot. Another men's world, but there we go.
Let's go. Winning. W for Barbie.
Oh, this is looking pretty good. I was actually in the NASDAQ too, so I was looking for that little pump. Got that. Anyway, what was I saying? I have no idea. I got
You had
really
lots of
excited about that.
careers before and real estate.
Oh, no, I didn't have lots of careers. I just had a big real estate career, and it very much burnt me out, and I don't want to do that ever again. I'm still investing, but I'm not doing anything for anybody else. But you know what? I've noticed a lot of people come from the really hard, the high impact careers like that. Not high impact, but like high octane careers like that. They come out of law and medicine a lot too to come trade because they're burnt out.
Yeah.
What about you?
What would I do if I wasn't a trader? I don't know what I would do because honestly, I feel like I'm living the dream. There's nothing else I'd rather do, right? Than being a trader, being able to make content, being able to help people, share my journey. Yeah, this is it. There's nothing else I'd rather do. Although I would love to also like drive around the country in like an Airstream and make content and just see beautiful places. I would love that. So maybe I can like drive around and stream also and trade in my Airstream with my gold Rolex watch on.
I get asked a lot why I still stream and everything if I can trade, but I enjoy doing it with other people more than doing it on my own. And that's kind of the weird thing. Like we are on our own here, right? This is my trading is my trading. Terry's trading is Terry's trading. Your trading is your trading. But we can all come together and come up with new ideas and learn from each other and get even better. So that doesn't suck, right?
Look at it go. It's reaching for that TP. NQ made a new high, 24,004 for the day. New high for the day. We're so close. I have a good feeling. We'll see what happens.
We got some folks in Tesla calls. I noticed that. I saw y'all hitting those Tesla calls. Oh, y'all are happy today. You got the Tesla little swing there. That I've told y'all about that one. That one's one of my favorites. You wait for Tesla to make its move one way, and then you grab it the other way. Hopefully, y'all got it on something like y'all were calling it pretty low. Probably did pretty good.
Ryan said, I got this big thing on my chest every day, knowing I will make it, but I'm not there yet. Yeah, you really do have to believe in yourself. You have to believe that you can learn the skills and do the work to get there. I personally think a lot of traders quit well before they actually get there. And that's why like the statistics are so bad for successful traders. Because it is hard. It's hard to take those losses and to lose accounts and feel that pain, right? Like, and I think until you give yourself a fair shot, like, okay, I did the homework, I'm doing the homework, and I've been doing the homework for like multiple months. I mean, can you honestly say I've been disciplined, I've been sitting on my hands waiting for my setup. Every time I come to the charts, I'm trading the exact plan, I execute it. Like, I think a lot of traders, probably a very large percentage, would say no. Yeah. So don't give up. You definitely have to believe in yourself.
I get trailed out of the trade. Y'all saw it though. So
Winning!
all done with that one. I
All
was
our
really
trades worked
watching
this
this.
morning.
I was watching the 75 level and potentially the 85 level. So I didn't get to the 85, but we got the 75. So I'm good with that. NASDAQ also hit 24,000 again. So that seems to be kind of a sticky spot on NASDAQ.
Net Baba asked if I got a payout last month. Yes, I did. An $800 deposit in my bank account from MyFundedFutures. I finally broke the payout drought. I was in a payout drought for
Yay!
like 3 months. Yeah. So we're on the right track. Lots of room for improvement, but we're on the right track.
You really can't push. We all want to. We all want to get to the end so far, but you can't push so hard that you skip over the steps you have to do, or it ends up setting you back. So I still believe in slow and steady. Slow and steady gets you there faster.
Hmm.
I'm speaking from experience too, because I've tried pushing and over leveraging, and I've also tried slow and steady. After I, failed miserably at trying to force the market to give me what I wanted every day. Yeah, when I came on Maritime Trader, when I came on this morning, I did kind of mention like, sometimes you're just feeling really low energy, and this is a heavy day today.
Mhm.
Nationally anyway, with 9/11 and then losing Charlie Kirk. So sometimes it's okay to acknowledge that and take a minute. You don't have to come to the market every day. If you're really not up for it, you're really not up for it. It's because what happens is when you're really not up for it and you're forcing yourself to do something that you're really not up for, you can end up either making a mistake or having that loss like compound really heavily and feel much worse than it would on any other day. And again, that's kind of a setback, especially when you're newer and trying to develop all these skills. So, I mean, if you keep coming to the charts and keep working and keep fine tuning your strategies and doing your homework, it's not about the time in the chart. It's about the effort, the kind of work that you're putting in. It's got to be quality work that you're putting into the charts. But when you start putting that sort of work in over time, you start developing, you know, skills that makes trading a little bit more natural. So I've gotten to the point now, and it took years to get to this point, like probably 4 or 5 years to get to this point. But I'll see a setup, and I just take it without even really thinking about it or considering it too hard, which is just so I love that because I sat there so many days for so many trades, like, well, but okay, but I see this, but I mean, is this okay? Do I have enough confirmations? But what about this? But what about that? And like talking myself in or out of all of these setups.
Mhm.
And now, and it just comes from sitting there and going through is like, does this trade have this, that, and the other or not? And if it has it, then you take the trade. And if it doesn't, then you don't take the trade. But that's the kind of skill that you're developing where it comes a little bit more natural. So when you are having those worst days, it gets a little bit easier. But there are still days when it's just like you should not be involved. If you're just feeling it too heavy, you should not get involved. It's okay to wait another day.
Yeah, I experienced during 2020, I experienced like a major life change, and I wish I could go back in time and not have traded during that time because I would have saved myself so much money. I just was not in the right headspace to be trading. So to piggyback on what Barbie is sharing, like, yeah, if you're not in the right headspace, like, don't trade. Like, take the days off, take the months off, take the year off. Like, the markets will always be here for us.
Oh, so yeah, Bit even brought up mental capital. That's really what I'm talking about is the mental capital. I think of it in those terms a lot too. Do I have the mental capital to deal with this today? Because sometimes you don't. I think about that as a mom a lot, but I mean, and a lot of y'all can relate in other ways too. When you just have a lot on your plate, I do not trade well if my kids have something really big coming up. So if they have a big tryout or like finals and I'm kind of helping them and I'm mentally engaged with making sure that they've got all of their stuff together, or one of them's having a really hard time, maybe they got a horrible science teacher and there's all this homework and they're really stressed out. I'm going to be there emotionally and mentally from that for them, and that's going to take some of my mental capital. So if at a point, I can have so much going on. I could have vets coming out for horses because I've got a problem out there. I got a problem with kids, taking care of older parents. Like all of that stuff can kind of hit all at once sometimes. I mean, it usually does, right? Like when it rains, it pours. And so it's okay to use your mental capital to deal with that part of your life and not use it in the markets until you have it back. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I decide if I need to take a day off or not, is like, do I have the mental capital available for this? Or is half of it with a horse that's in the barn colicking, or with a kid who is going through friend drama that I'm trying to help with, or whatever it is. Oh, look who's about to get banned. Oh my God. Love that. Hi to use. Yep, there you go. Bye. Jeez, that was rude.
I didn't see it, but bye.
Yeah.
Only good vibes here, guys.
Oh, the guy can't take truth. It's all good.
Oats Trade says hobbies are good. Definitely.
Yeah, hobbies are crucial. If I don't have hobbies to give my break, but it probably has to do with mental capital a little bit, but you've got to get your brain off of the charts and off your trades for a little bit, but it's good to still have it engaged with something. I have so many hobbies. I just have a whole collection of hobbies. That's why Terry's like, what do you do for fun? I was like, what don't I do for fun? But I do always have like some other side project that I'm working on that has nothing to do with numbers and nothing to do with charts. I love riding my horses. I love just going for walks. I love crafts. I always have some sort of craft going. These days it's needlepoint. I'm doing needlepoint all the time when I'm waiting for kids and things. But that helps keep your mind engaged, but gives it a break from the charts and all of that. So what is you're asking what my volume indicator is? The volume is just the regular volume. This is the Mo roll. I have a whole page about it on bullbarbie.com, but it's a custom indicator that I built because I wanted to watch the squeeze MACD on multiple time frames. So I made it because it didn't exist.
So smart.
Ooh, Oats Trades, I love that. You do a monthly drafts and crafts. Yes, I love it, including other people. It gets harder and harder when as adults to like just hang out with your friends as friends. I mean, I end up with mom friends at my kids, sports and stuff, which is great, but that's not the kind of people I like to connect with so much. We do a barbecue crawl. We try to do it every month. We go to a small town barbecue joint, shoot the shit. So yeah, you got to schedule your extra stuff.
J Buzz is asking, can you take a look at Old Man Russell? We haven't looked at Old Man Russell recently. Should we take a look?
So I think that you're asking me to look at it because it's up, unlike NASDAQ. I have been kind of wondering about NASDAQ. It does seem like there's some rotation type of stuff going on today. But yeah, I've got Russell down here. He is right at 2,400. So probably some resistance right at that level, but definitely looking generally strong with the market right now.
Small caps up, risk on. This is a good sign.
The cartoon wants to join the barbecue crawl. My soft spot is brisket. But I mean, we're doing Texas style barbecue, right? Brisket, the Texas style brisket is so good.
I feel hungry now.
I am also kind of looking at, as far as entering new trades right now, I do see the order flow falling apart on the ES, so I'm not looking to take this long anymore up here. But I'm also looking at, this is where I was in that trade where we had VIX moving lower, that's the orange one, and then the other indexes moving higher. And now they're all kind of chilling out and consolidating and looking like a jumbled up mess on the comparison chart. So that's another thing that's kind of keeping me out right now. I know everybody wants to trade all the time. We want to get every swing low and swing high. But just so y'all know, when I'm yakking about barbecue and stuff, I am looking at this stuff. You also get a discount on accounts. We do have some sort of discount going with code YouTube right now. I believe it's a discount on the resets. Is that right, Terry?
Yep, it is 25% off resets using code YouTube. And when you use that code, it helps us support our channel. Thanks, guys. Yes, I think Magnus pinned it at the very top. We have, you can use it up to 5 times per user.
And that's on any of the accounts. I had to go check this the other day. So whether it's core or scale or pro, it should work on any of those.
That's a great deal on pro. I'm always like looking how to save money on those pro accounts. I love them. I want all pros one day.
I've been working on I was working on pros, but I've been working with starters because of the, I kind of like the scaling with like that trade I showed you earlier. The way I do those when I scale out the position, I like those on the starter because you can take more position with them. So,
oh, with the micros.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been playing with that a little bit. So the pro is the one that I've been using my little one. I personally have a challenge right now to bring up my one lot trading. So that's what I've been doing in the pro. And then like that bracket that I just showed you, it fits a little bit nicer in the starter, which I didn't really think about at first. When they changed the new plans, like, oh, I like my pro, I'll just stick with the pro. But then I saw that there's kind of an advantage there for micros traders on the other one. So, but that's what I've always said about the MyFundedFutures plans is kind of a choose your own adventure. So take a look at your plan and your style of trading and figure out which one fits best.
There's never an activation fee, and the payouts are so fast. There's no waiting. Are they going to approve it? And then you have to wait for them to actually pay you. No, it's so fast.
Oh yeah, sorry. I called it starter. It used to be called starter. It's scale. I keep doing that. It's on that particular plan. I keep calling the scale starter because it both starts with an S, and so my brain's happy when I start with an S. That is correct. It is the scale account that I was talking about with the micros. Formerly the starter plus.
Terry's got the mic, she's steering the show. Barbie's got the style with that radiant glow. Nick cracks a joke, Tom keeps it
53
real.
resets, use code RALLY50.
Danny's dropping mods like it's a magic trick. Abby's got the giveaways fast and slick. Magnus in the corner keeping things tight. The mods shining all through the night.
Me too.
Loyal to the chat, yeah, they're always on. XP farming while the beats go strong.
Boyfriend
With
made
the top fans we belong. Stream lights flash, Danny's on the grind. Abby's counting winners every time you'll find. Magnus holds the keys, keeping trolls at bay. It's a family here every single day. Terry and Barbie lead the dream. Nick and Ash keep it a winning team. Tom and Matt, they raise the bar. Together they shine brighter than a star. Keith, DH, Bitch, and SBM Yawn. Loyal to the chat, yeah, they're always on. XP thumbing while the beats go strong. We're the top fans, we belong.
I like it.
I
Well,
like it too.
I think that was a special treat today. So,
Special shout out. Thank you so much, Keith Singleton, for making that song for us. Our community member. W for Keith, guys. It's like catchy. I feel like I want to be like a Spice Girl when I with those rap lyrics.
they're saying we need to hook Keith up now. I mean, I don't disagree with that.
I agree. We had winning trades today. All our trades worked today. That was fun.
They want a theme for tomorrow. I don't even I didn't think that far in advance. All the way to tomorrow?
Friday. That would be fun if we do themed Fridays. I do have to get a real cowboy hat, cowgirl hat. I have one, but it's not like a real one. I want a real one that's like fitted for my head, right?
Yeah.
The one I bought is like amusement hat. But it's so
I even
cute.
have guys that I like to I have guys that I like to shape my hats. Like it's a whole thing.
Oh, that's so cool.
But I know some of the old cowboys because just, growing up and doing my mom was kind of big on the rodeo scene. So I know some of these like old school cowboys. So I'll drive up to Fort Worth like, oh, you got to fix my hat for me. And they'll shape my hat for me. It's amazing. It's one of those old traditional things. There's not a lot of tradition left in the world. I like that the old school craft of they'll do it however you want it too. But, after a while, they know how I like my hats. Don't insult my boyfriend's song. You guys. Well, we
It's
got
that
our little
time.
long.
We
I've
did.
been
I-
waiting to kind of see if the short's gonna set up, but I don't know.
I just realized that I made money on a short and you made money on longs.
Oh, you
So
did hit the long, the
short.
orb short.
Yeah. So we shorts and longs can make money. There you go.
Although the
Last
NASDAQ is just staying inside of its 15-minute range, so that's kind of boring. But
ooh, I'm feeling good that I
15
stuck
minutes.
to my plan to not like
There you go.
keep clicking away.
Always
Last minute
stick to the
thoughts
plan.
before we leave, Barbie?
Well, I think we had a lot of good mementos today, but let's leave it with protect your mental capital by making sure that you're putting quality work in front of the screens and not just throwing random stuff out and hoping and just saying, well, I did my time, so now I need my money. So remember, it's quality over quantity when you're working for yourself.
Thank you. Thanks everyone in chat for participating, and we will see you tomorrow morning. And Ash is on next. Bye, guys.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another stream with myself, Ash Trades. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Thank you to the morning hosts. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Barbie. Thank you, Nick. Another phenomenal show. Greatly appreciate everybody's time. Same with Tom, Matt. We even got Steve in the afternoons. I don't know if anybody checked out the Asia session stream, but We had a stream going during the nighttime as well. So I really appreciate everybody's time. Thank you for sharing all the value you do. Thank you for sharing all the time you do and all the information you do. Really appreciate being around other like-minded professionals. It really provides a lot of value. Going to go ahead and say thank you to MyFundedFutures as well. Thank you to everybody on the back end. Denny, Magnus. Thank you to everybody. It really is a pleasure being able to be a part of this community. The amount of value between the giveaways, between the special hosts, between the special guests, everybody that's participating, it is quite delightful. Getting different perspectives, sharing information, gaining more value. It's really providing a great experience. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Lastly, thank you to chat as well. I see all the familiar faces that keep showing up. I have to say, if you continue to keep working like this, if you continue to keep putting in time every single day, there is going to be a moment in time where you figure this thing out. It's okay if it takes time. Don't compare yourself to anybody else. Okay? You are on your own journey, and however much time that takes you is completely okay. Doctors go to school for 15 years before they ever even get a salary. They have to pay for their education for about 15 years in a row before they ever get a salary. That's what we're doing here. Okay? Just continue to show up, work, and learn every single chance you get. So just wanted to start the morning with some gratitude because I really do appreciate being around other like-minded professionals. Let's see who we have here today. Good morning, Rocky Mountain Trader. Good morning, DJ Day Trader. Good morning, Miguel. Oats Trades. Good morning. Q Mendez. Good morning. Dylan. Good morning. Chroma. What's up? Varu. Good morning. Rap. Real Me. Good morning. Mike G. What's up? DM. What's up? Abby. Good morning. AD. Good morning. Alicia. Good morning. Bill E. Good morning. Muhammad. What's up? Madesh. What's up? Chess Trades, what's up? Green, how are you doing today? MM, how are you? Thiago, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Capricorn, good morning. Trades Like Smoke, good morning. Abhishek, good morning. Abhishek, you're in that conversation too, so thank you as well. Just double checking that I mentioned you as well. Thank you for all your time, all of your effort. Rally Point, good morning. Victor, good morning. Bilo, what's up? Jenny, good morning. Deep, good morning. Jan, good morning. Mike, good morning. Miriam, good morning. Andy, what's up? Sarah, what's up? Voltron, how are you? Felipe, how are you? Albert, good morning. LG, good morning. Andrew, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Just going to take a sip of water, and now we're going to dive into some information. I'll let you know what I'm looking at for today. All right, and let's take a look. This is what I'm looking at for today and my session. Everybody knows we had CPI this morning. In my opinion, this CPI candle shows a lot of information. Let's review it. Take a look at the 1545 candle. I'm on the 15-minute chart here. Okay. Take a look how NQ ran below all of these lows. When it ran below these lows, it ran into a fair value gap. Okay, so running below a swing low is price grabbing liquidity. When price grabbed liquidity, it created bullish SMT against ES. Okay? Due to this bullish SMT, I've been looking for higher prices all morning. This is a perfect example of that strength or weakness conversation that we always have, right? The pair that creates the higher low is the stronger pair. Notice how ES has already ran above previous day high. Notice how NQ has not ran above previous day high yet. In my opinion, it's very clear. ES is the stronger pair, says the SMT, says price action. Okay, so before we move further, I just want to make sure everybody understands divergences. The purpose of a divergence is to understand when liquidity has been taken or strength and weakness in the marketplace. So, what I mean by liquidity being taken, first of all, when price runs below a swing low, that is price grabbing liquidity. So here's a swing low, here's a swing low, here's a swing low, right? So all of the individuals that had been getting long during the overnight session in preparation for CPI to go right to the moon, thank you for the liquidity, right? So what I'm trying to say here is if you got long during this overnight session, you're most likely moving your stop loss with the market, right? They probably had their stop here at first. Then once they got higher prices, they moved it up to here second. Then lastly, right before the news came out, they probably moved it up once again to, capture their profit or protect their position. Well, guess what happens right here at CPI? CPI goes and runs out all these lows. It grabs that liquidity. So everybody that was trailing their stop loss up with the market, all of those longs have now been taken out, grabbing liquidity, right? Liquidity is found below swing lows. The purpose of a divergence is to know when liquidity has been taken. So what I'm trying to say here is liquidity was not taken here, right? Even though it ran below this low, it wasn't taken there because there was no SMT, right? Liquidity was taken here during CPI because you can clearly see that ES did not run below these lows, while NQ did run below these lows. These divergences are the market tipping its hand, telling you it's time to engage. Second, the second purpose of divergences is to show you strength or weakness in the marketplace. The pair that creates the higher low is the stronger pair. It's very clear here that if you longed ES at the open here, look how much stronger of a move it got, right? So you would have had a better result longing the stronger pair. You could have seen the stronger pair here, and then at New York Open got long and had a better result than NQ, right? NQ is just finally starting to move now. Let's see if it goes to previous day high. But I want to make sure everybody understands divergences, because the divergences is the market tipping its hand to you, right? I'm going to continue to show other ways of approaching the market, other strategies, other terminology. So, for example, right, for all the individuals that are so caught up in the ICT cult, SMT is not just shown in price action, okay? So, where are all my indicator lovers here? You'll know what I'm saying. Who knows about MACD divergences? Who knows about stochastic RSI? Right? Steve last night was doing a phenomenal job talking about divergences, and he was talking about divergences through the MACD indicator. It's the same exact thing. It's a divergence, right? It's a crack in correlation. You understand what I'm saying? I understand that it's not the exact same thing, right? We're analyzing price for this type of SMT, whereas we're analyzing MACD or stochastic RSI. what I'm pointing to is the divergence itself, right? There's some form of divergence is the point that I'm trying to make here. And you can see divergences through indicators, through price action. The point being is that divergences is the key. That is the market tipping its hand saying it's time to engage. Okay, so just a quick conversation about this morning. In my opinion, CPI was a liquidity grab. It took out all of these lows here. So all the longs from the overnight session that was trailing their stops, they got taken out. And now we could run to new all-time highs, right? We can't just make it easy for the bulls, okay? I understand that, you know, the trend is very clear, right? Like we've been moving higher since April. It's been half a year straight of continued higher prices. But it cannot be that easy, okay? It cannot be that easy for the bulls. We have to take them out first before continuing higher, right? We need max pain, right? Max pain is you getting a very easy long during the overnight session, but you don't get to hold it for the real move because we got to take you out first, and then we'll go target the highs. Max pain. I've said this before. I'll continue to keep saying it. Liquidations fuel the next rally. Yes, hear me clearly. Liquidations fuel the next rally. You want some good examples of that? Go look at how phenomenal of a buying opportunity it was when the Lehman Brothers got liquidated. Go look at how great of a buying opportunity it was when the housing market crashed. Go look at how amazing of a buying opportunity it was when FTX crashed, right? Crypto. When that liquidation happened, Silicon Valley Bank liquidation. Well, that was the last time you would have gotten ETH in triple digits, and probably the last time you'll see that again. Let's go look at it real quick. We don't talk about crypto much here, but we could just take a quick look. Just trying to prove a point. If anybody wants to fact check me, go ahead and throw the actual date of the liquidations for FTX or Silicon Valley Bank. It's going to be anywhere in here because this was the last time ETH was at triple digits. Go ahead and fact check the date on that if anybody wants to Google it. The point being, and this is the same conversation that I had with you all when I first joined this stream. Okay, so back in April, I first joined this stream, and I was telling everybody that I was loading up long-term purchases right in here. The reason why I was loading up long-term purchases is because anytime a max pain event occurs, that is a long-term buying opportunity, right? So you had the tariff conversation here. You had the recession conversation. Matter of fact, let's just go ahead and do this. Anytime they start screaming recession, please let me know. Okay? Do me a favor. Anytime the media starts screaming recession, right? You see it on every single news channel. Everybody, recession this, recession that, recession this. Please let me know because I will be buying. Okay? they're not going to make it easy for you, right? And we are human, so I understand that the emotions during this time here is pure fear, right? Everybody thinks, oh, the tariffs are going to ruin the economy. We're going into a recession because we had a 20% drop, 30% drop, blah, 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 blah. But why aren't they saying, instead of screaming recession, why aren't they saying buy now? It is kind of funny. You know who did say, I'm not, never mind. I'm not even going to go there because of what happened. Never mind. Never mind. Point being, buy fear, sell greed, max pain events, liquidations fuel the next rally. Okay. I know that was kind of a rant. The entire purpose of the rant was today's analysis. Today's analysis is this right here. Due to this liquidation, due to this liquidity grab here, CPI came out and created bullish SMT at the lows. So now we're going into today's action and how I've been approaching it this morning. We found the SMT at the lows. Once we found the SMT at the lows, we were then looking for a change in the state of delivery. All right, so you have a bullish change in the state of delivery here. When price went and closed above the opening price of the CPI candle. Once price closed above the CPI candle, then I was looking for longs higher. I was looking for longs to previous day high and new all-time highs simply because of this here. For anybody that's been working with me, you would know that equal highs or equal lows are one of our best forms of draw on liquidity. You always want to see the right side be the failure swing, right? Left, right. So you always want to see the right side be the failure swing as one of the best forms of draw on liquidity. So this is my target. That's the first target. This is the second target. This is what I'm looking at here. Previous day high to be the target. New all-time highs to be the overall target. How are we going to get there? We're going to allow the Kraken correlation to say it's time to engage with price. After we get this confirmation, that's when we look for some form of change in the state of delivery. You get that there, and you get multiple long opportunities in here. 1, 2. Well, this is the confirmation to the change in the state of delivery, 8:45. So anything after 8:45 is a long opportunity. 9 o'clock, 9:15, 9:30, 9:45, and 10:15. In my opinion, all of those are long opportunities aiming for new all-time highs. And there's good risk to reward here. So if you were to put this at the swing low, put this at previous day high, you have a 2R for the first target and 2.5 for the second target. So let's see, chat. How did everybody else do today? Did anybody catch the longs this morning? Throw a 1 in chat if you caught the longs this morning. Throw a 2 in chat if you did not. Of course, Denny did. Could have seen that one coming. Very good job, Denny. Very good job to anybody that caught the longs. ES clearly showing the strength, right? So again, back to that Kraken correlation conversation. If you were to have done the same exact thing here on ES, right? After you get the SMT, then you look for the change in the state of delivery. Look at the difference in results. ES very quickly goes to the target, Whereas NQ is kind of lagging here. Still kind of just dancing around. So we'll see if NQ wants to complete the target. ES already completed the target, so this objective is completed here. And that'll be the second question. Did you long ES or did you long NQ? ES or NQ? Throw that in chat next. Did you long ES or did you long NQ? Almost everybody's saying NQ, so we will sit and watch. We'll see if NQ can go to the target. That is the information I have for today. So we'll see if this can go to 2R or not. Chat, if you're finding any value in the stream, if you're finding any value in the community, if you're finding any value from the giveaways, do us a favor, like the stream, sub to the channel, turn the notifications on. We're continuing to do this every single week. And I'm going to hop over to chat now as well. That way I could answer any questions or information. If you have any type of question, any type of information you'd like to go over, go ahead and throw it in chat now. If I missed your question beforehand, it's because I wanted to complete the conversation first. But I'll head over to chat now and take a look. NQ 1 minute short. I highly suggest you get off the 1 minute chart. Okay. The higher time frame is going to hold more influence. Okay, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart here. So I'm not looking for shorts. This is my idea for the day. I'm going to stick with the trend. The trend is your friend until the end of the trend. SMT is also there. So I'll be looking for higher prices. I'm not interested in any 1 minute positions. I'd highly suggest getting off the 1 minute chart. But after listening to your analysis, now I'm getting worried. What are you getting worried about? Are you in a short or something? I was leaning bearish because of that failure swing on the 4 hour. So first things first, I can be wrong just as much as anybody else could be wrong. I highly suggest you become an independent thinker. Never listen to anybody else. Take full and complete ownership of your own thoughts, of your own decisions, of your own business. Like I only have a 50% win rate. I get things wrong, and I'm okay with that because I own my decisions. I don't listen to anybody else. When I analyze the chart, it's my analysis. Everybody has the same ability to be right or wrong. And more importantly, it's not even a matter of being right or wrong. It's a matter of who makes money. If you made money at the end of the day, who cares if your analysis was right or wrong? Because what does matter is you being green. Okay, so never allow somebody else's analysis to never allow somebody else's analysis deter you and your thought process. Always collect your own data. Ash, if up and down have SMT as well, how can know which is stronger? You don't know which is stronger. Either one can work. If you have conflicting information, that would be a time to do nothing. Wait and be patient is what I have to say about that. You should take a position when you're capable of being one-sided, where the information is very clear, where you can clearly understand what you're looking at. If you're going to live or die by a TA sword, make it your own. Well said. You should absolutely 100% be an independent thinker. You should be a complete owner of your own business. Take full responsibility of all of your decisions and all of your actions. I'm here to tell you that everybody can get it wrong. Just because I'm standing here on stream doesn't mean that I could be more right than you. Okay? I literally have a 50% win rate. So I get it right half the time. I get it wrong half the time. What's more important is that you're being an owner of your own business. You're making the decisions. That's what builds the muscle memory. When you make the decisions. Typically, signs of consolidation, but SMT doesn't mean as much if it hasn't been confirmed, so could have temporary SMT on the highs, but not confirmed by any breaker or order block. Yeah, using a change in the state of delivery with the SMT can definitely act as a confirmation for the SMT. I do agree with that statement. If there is a change in the state of delivery opposite of your trade direction, do you stay in that trade or do you exit your trade? I accept the risk before the risk is taken. My game plan is that I leave the stop loss in the original location, and the only two results that I look for is a -1R or a +2R. I don't do break even. When I'm risking, I want to be risking. Do you execute a change in the state of delivery apart from the unicorn? You have to understand that every single unicorn will have a change in the state of delivery. Every single one. Right? A change in the state of delivery is the very first moment in time the trend changes. Ready? So let's do that real quick. Here's a downtrend, lower highs and lower lows, change in the state of delivery once you make a new high, right? So look at the swing points, right? That's what creates a breaker. Here's the change in the state of delivery. There will always be a change in the state of delivery when using the unicorn model. So yes, I do use that because it will always be there. Ash, is there an amount that you are content with for the day? The amount that I'm content with is me creating a game plan, following that game plan, and then getting a result to it. What I'm trying to say is it's not a monetary amount. It is not a trade amount. It is I either followed my process or I didn't. You should be process driven, not results driven. Only way to get better at trading is doing it. No book can help, at least for me. I'm a huge hands-on learner, so I fully agree with that statement. I need to do it to learn about it. Throughout my entire experience, I learned trial by fire, right? I tested a strategy, it didn't work. I tested a new strategy, it didn't work. I just kept failing over and over and over and over again until we got here. So I am definitely a hands-on learner. I do need to be doing it to develop that muscle memory. I do think there are other ways to learn this business. Everybody is unique to themselves. So other people are visual learners. Other people are auditory. How do you say the word? Auditory? Like when you hear? Auditory? Is that right? People need to hear it. People need to see it. People need to do it. There are definitely different ways to learn it, but you should look inward to understand that. So any questions, any information, feel free to throw it in chat. I explained exactly what I'm looking at here today. I'm looking at a long here, exactly what's shown on the screen. We had bullish SMT at the lows. After we had bullish SMT at the lows, we created a change in the state of delivery. Ever since then, I've been looking at longs to target new all-time highs and previous day highs. So we'll see if we get those new all-time highs on NQ. Just being patient and waiting. How do you stay humble after continuous winning days? So I actually just had this conversation with my community here this morning. And I'm not going to dive very deep into this. I'm not looking for sympathy or anything. I'm just letting you know my journey. So I had lost my parents at a very young age. That was a very traumatic experience that I went through, in which that was the time where I've had the most intense emotions I've ever had in my life. So in terms of the reason why I'm saying this is because that is how I've detached from price action, right? The things that actually matter in my life, family, right? Those are the things that I've had emotions about. So what I'm trying to say here is I couldn't care less about losing $1,000, right? When you compare having your family compared to losing $1,000, it's very simple that losing $1,000 means zero to me. It means absolutely nothing, right? So what I'm trying to say here is detaching your emotions from the results of this business is the thing, right? You asked, how do you, stay level-headed after a winning streak? Well, what I'm telling you is a winning streak doesn't make me feel any sort of way. A losing streak does not make me feel any sort of way. What makes me feel things is my family, right? I leave my emotions for my family. My thoughts and my emotions are for my family. When it comes to business, it's game time. The only thing that I'm doing here is conducting my business, is completing my process to the best of my ability. That's the only thing that I can see when I come here. Because what actually matters, the things that I actually have emotions about, it's not this. Losing $1,000 means nothing. Making $1,000 means nothing. So maybe that's just a life experience. Maybe that's just, my own journey, but it's the difference between what matters and what doesn't matter, right? If you put so much weight behind every single dollar fluctuation, why would you put so much importance behind that, right? The importance should go towards your family. So that's how I detach from the emotions. So sorry, I wasn't trying to get real deep on y'all, but that's just the God's honest truth. That is what has happened to me. That is why I'm capable of detaching from the emotions. A much simpler way of detaching from the emotions as well is take a look at the color of my candlesticks. So this is on a much simpler basis, but there is something in terms of psychology too when you're seeing red versus when you're seeing green, right? There's going to be some kind of emotional stimulant to a very large red candle, right? When you're just seeing red, that's going to make that loss, that's going to make it feel like something. Same thing with the green candles. That is literally why I changed my candles to black and gray, because that's how I approach the market, in a black and gray mindset. There's nothing to these colors. So that's what I've been trying to share with everybody here on this channel, is that this business truly is 80% mental and 20% chart, all the way down to the fact of the color of the candles, right? If you're being deterred by the color red, right, that makes you see red, change it. There's little things about this business that you need to work on that are outside of understanding price action. When you can understand your mind, when you can understand your emotions, that is when you'll be able to choose focusing on the process instead of the reward. That is when you'll be able to have discipline in your risk management. But very good question. Again, sorry for going a little too deep there, but it's just the truth. So that's, you know, I don't wish that upon anybody, but, you know, that's why I'm able to detach my emotions. So NQ doing a good job, still staying higher here. The longs are still nicely profitable. We'll see if we can get to the target. Again, for anybody that's just joining now, we were looking at longs because we had bullish SMT at the lows. After we got the bullish SMT, there was a bullish change in the state of delivery. Once that occurred, then we looked at longs targeting previous day high and new all-time high. We're watching NQ because ES already completed that objective. And again, if you're joining late, we had a conversation regarding SMT, right? Long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair. Here's the same exact information on ES, but ES is the stronger pair because it created a higher low, right? So the higher low is stating that ES is the stronger pair. So after the SMT, you get a change in the state of delivery, and look at how nicely ES went to the target compared to NQ, right? NQ is still waiting on its targets. That's the strength that I've been pointing to. Okay, so we're going to continue to keep waiting because there has not been any result yet. We're waiting to see if NQ could go to the target. Until then, we can go over any kind of questions, any type of information. Feel free to throw it in chat. If you're wondering why you can't communicate with us, it's because I believe chat is sub-only mode. So make sure you sub to the channel. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you turn the notifications on. We're going to continue to keep working and learning every single week. Do you trail? No, I don't trail. I'm not one of the individuals to be moving my stop loss to break even. I accept the risk before the risk is taken. Then the two results I look for is -1R or +2R. How many trades do you usually take per day? I limit myself to a trade per day. I'm not the individual to be taking 90 trades a day, 20 trades a day. One and done. One and done. Now, once again, I'm not sitting here saying what's right or wrong. I'm telling you what has been working best for me. So the reason why I only do one trade per day is for complete control over my risk management, right? I know that the days that I've overtraded, they've ended very bad. Therefore, I now lock myself out of the account after one trade, right? I work on things to better my risk management. Additionally, only taking one trade per day forces me to do my due diligence, right? So it keeps me away from being impulsive, thinking that, right? Thinking I could understand every single price fluctuation. That's something that might make me want to take multiple trades. Instead, if I'm locking myself out after one trade, I have to give that one trade the best of my abilities. I have to do all of my due diligence before I enter that trade. So it keeps me away from impulsively trading as well. Risk management will be the thing that actually helps you make progress in this business. So put those features into your trading to make sure you're always managing your risk. What's your percentage goal per month? How much should we aim for? You should aim to follow your process every single day. There is no result. Be process driven, not result driven. I don't care about the results. I care about me following my process. Did I follow my game plan? Yes or no? If I did, that's a win. If I did not, that's a loss. It's not a dollar amount. It's following your process or not following your process. Wait, one trade a day? Yes, one trade a day. Man, that's super great. I have a hard time not being bored trying to keep my 250 to 300 day less than 10 day trades. So, are you going to the gym? Are you reading books? Are you working on any other businesses? I highly suggest that one, you work on your health. That's the first thing. You got to be going to the gym. You got to be working on your mental and emotional intelligence. Two, you got to be starting other businesses. You have to have multiple sources of income. All of these things take time, right? That's why my stream here is only an hour long, because right after the stream, I go to the gym. Then right after the gym, I go and work on real estate. I work on other businesses. You need multiple sources of income. It's a way of diversification, which helps your risk management. On top of, man, if you just wanted to stare at the computer screen, you might as well just go get an office job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, didn't we come here for time freedom? Didn't we come here for location freedom? Isn't that why we're learning this skill? You understand what I'm saying? Like, if you wanted a 9-to-5, just go get an office job. It'll be a more stable income. Ash, I want to call you the Marine trader. You're so disciplined. Feel like you should be running a trader boot camp. Hoorah! Is that what the Marines say? Hoorah! I'm not going to take credit. I was not a part of the military. I did not do any. I have no military experience. I went to college. After college, I worked in an insurance company. When I was working in the insurance company, I was also driving Uber on the weekends. Those were the multiple jobs that I had to help me start this business. I was working on this business while I was doing those two jobs. So I'm very far away from a Marine. But thank you. Ash, I still panic, even trading 3 micros. Do I need to change my color scheme, or is $200 very big for me? So first of all, the reason why you're going to panic is, one, because of experience. So if I had to guess, like, how many years have you been trading, right? Like, with more experience comes more conviction. So the more times you do something, the more you'll be able to recognize it. That way you'll be able to understand how to properly approach it. So gain more experience is the first thing. Right. So 4 months, that's I still feel that way, and I'm in my 10th year. So just to give you a little bit of perspective, I still get nervous sometimes. I still panic sometimes, and I'm in my 10th year. So gain more experience is the first thing that I have to say. Second thing I have to say is, yes, the dollar amount. Usually when the dollar amount is too large, that is when somebody panics. They're not used to seeing those type of figures. Therefore, it feels some sort of way within themselves that make them do something they shouldn't. So also maybe change the dollar amount. Ash, you said you still panic, but what do you do when you panic? I try to fall into my process, right? I start documenting it. I start journaling it. I'll take screenshots of it. I'll write it out and say it out loud, right? Like I'm journaling on these live streams. I live stream in my community during the mornings. Then I come here and live stream right after that. So all of my segments are being live streamed so I can hear my thoughts. I can see how I'm reacting literally on camera. I could see and hear these things. And then I'm also writing it down in Discord, right? I also document it via text. So when those things happen, I try to fall into the process, try to focus on completing the process. Ash, can you please show your journal? That's my Discord. I've been documenting in Discord for the past 7 years. If you go to the link in my bio on any of my social medias, you'll see my communities. So decent move here on NQ. Still trying to reach to the target. That first target is 2R. So if you want to be done anywhere in here, if anybody is holding the longs right now and you want to be done, we are close to the target. So you should be starting to scale out. We're running into the target here. Beautiful move by NQ. This just goes to show, right? So whether was it yesterday or was it the day before? We had the same exact I can't remember if it was Tuesday or Wednesday. What I was going to say was we had the same exact information on, I think it might have been Tuesday, right? I pointed to a long, whether that was Tuesday or Wednesday. I pointed to a long, and it was the same exact information. It was SMT at the lows, then it was a change in the state of delivery. That long didn't work. But did I go in and change my process? No. It's still the same process today, and look at the result we got today. Today we got plus 2R. I'm specifically saying this so that you understand the randomness of the market. Okay? There will be days where you have winning trades. There will be days when you have losing trades. No matter the result, you should still stick to your strategy and continue to keep showing up, working, and learning every single day. Right? So we pointed to a losing trade earlier in the week. Now we're pointing to a winning trade. Right? So if the first trade was minus 1R and the second trade was plus 2, we're finishing the week green. Do you see how being a 50% win rate trader can yield favorable results? I feel like Ash has a 65% win rate. No, it's 50%. I win half the time, I lose half the time. No, it is literally 50%. I've shared my statistics to my live account on Twitter. Last year I did have better results. Last year's statistics were better. To be completely honest, I think that's an administration thing, right? There was a lot more volatility with this new administration compared to the last administration. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but that's what the data shows. So. Chat, we have another 10 minutes left here during my segment. So if you have any type of questions, any type of information that you'd like to go over, feel free to throw it in chat. We'll go over it for the last 10 minutes. Ash, how do you determine a change in the state of delivery? A change in the state of delivery is the very first moment in time the trend changes. So take a look right here. A downtrend, right? We have lower highs and lower lows. Change in the state of delivery. The moment in time the trend changes. Right? So right here would be the change in the state of delivery. A bullish change in the state of delivery is going to be the opening price of the down close candle that took out liquidity. Right? So this is liquidity right here. When price runs below a swing low, you would need the opening price of the down close candle that took out liquidity. So take a look at this right here. Opening price of the down close candle that took out liquidity. Look at all this liquidity that it took out right here. Okay. It's the very first moment in time the trend changes. So beautiful job. Nice W today. Plus 2R for the longs. Great job, everyone. Ash, I remember you backtesting and having a lower win rate. Is that taking all setups versus on live? You are more discretionary. The backtest that I was doing at that point in time was an opening range breakout. So the purpose of that backtest was to show you risk management. And I'll go ahead and dig up those conversations because it's still over there in Discord right this moment. But it was the purpose behind that backtest was to show you it has nothing to do with the strategy, right? I purposely chose a different strategy than the unicorn model to show you what actually matters is risk management. So I took like 300 trades, it was something like 300 or 500 trades of an opening range breakout. It came out to be about like I want to say it was like a 35% win rate or a 40% win rate. It was a very low win rate. But having a more than 2R risk to reward made the strategy profitable. Right? So once again, it has nothing to do with strategy. It has everything to do with risk management. If you can learn how to manage your risk, that is when you'll make progress. And for the individuals that, might think that, they're not getting the type of reward that they want, right? So let's just say you have like a 40% win rate and it's only providing you a result of like plus $100. You need to understand that the real money is made compounding, right? Once you have a profitable strategy, then go obtain more capital, right? So imagine using the same exact strategy that resulted a $100 profit, but then copying it across many different accounts. Right? Like imagine you had 40 different accounts. Now it's 40 times 100. And I think maybe you'd like that result. The purpose is obtaining a profitable strategy. Once you obtain a profitable strategy, then you compound by gaining more capital. You make money by doing the same exact thing over and over and over again. When you want to make more money, that is when you compound. You use more capital. It's the same strategy the entire time. You don't need to try to obtain more points, right? You don't need to go from, capturing 20 points on NQ to capturing 100 points on NQ. You don't need to do that. You could always be capturing 20 points on NQ. But once you understand that you're profitable, the next time you capture 20 points on NQ, do it with 10 times the more capital. You'll get a larger return. So it's about compounding. It's about compounding. Compounding is the key. More capital. More capital. can't wait for the day that I'm like an 8-figure trader. I have an account that's like a $10 million account. That's what I'm working towards. More capital. All right, chat. My segment's coming to an end here. Just make sure anybody that was in the longs that you took your profits. This is plus 2R. This is previous day high being swept as well. Okay, so in terms of a target, we definitely hit the target. Don't be the individual to be greedy here, right? Let's just make sure that you're not being greedy by minimally, like if you have to be greedy, raise your stop loss very close to where price is so that you at least get 1.8R, right? Like if you really want to be that greedy, then raise your stop very tight. At least take home 1.8. But the target's been completed, so you need to be done. This is where you leave the station and you go to the gym. So, any last questions? Got another 2 minutes here with you all before Tom comes up next. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. He's got a lot to share with you all. Does a phenomenal job every single day. Ash, where are you from? I'm from the U.S. I'm on the East Coast of the U.S. How do you trade with conflicting confluences? I don't. Anytime you cannot clearly and definitively move forward with one set of information, don't trade. Right? If you have conflicting information, then just don't trade. If you cannot be one-sided, then just don't trade. Ash, thanks for the teachings from disciplined trading and removing the emotions from the equation. Thank you all for being here as well. The repetition is absolutely astonishing. Like everybody going over these questions, everybody going over this information at such a consistent basis is the repetition that's building this muscle memory. So thank you, chat. Thank you for all of your time. Thank you for asking so many questions. Thank you for sharing so many experiences. Let's continue to keep working and learning every single chance we get. You'll see me showing up right here, going over this logic every single day. So for anybody that wants to continue to keep working with me, let's keep showing up to the live stream. All right. So I hope everybody has a great day. Enjoy that W. Go touch some grass. Stick around for Tom's segment. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic over to Tom. Thank you once again. I hope you all have a great day. I will see you on tomorrow's segment.
And we're back. We are here. Welcome, hello, and greetings, and good morning, good evening for some of you. So good to be here again. How you guys are doing? Once again, thank you, Ash. I was listening the whole session because I had some technical issues. I didn't stream on my end today, so I was able to listen the whole segment. It was amazing. So thank you again, Ash. And by the way, congratulations to the trade. Beautiful. Absolutely phenomenal trade. So what can I say? What's up, chat? Hello to the mods and the hosts. Special hello to Abhishek, Magnus, Danny, and I don't know who else is here. Maybe Burke or Luke. I don't know. But anyway, everybody, upper management too. How you guys are doing? Hope this day didn't really do too much damage. I really want to see some green in the chat. Hey there, Louis Green is here. Sorry, I just said it. By the way, it was a super simple day. Very simple for me because I was not trading in the New York session. So It was simple for me on the sidelines, which is also trading, by the way. So let me hear some stories. How many grand? Today I made overall, well, only on evaluation accounts, sorry. Nothing on funded accounts today. But altogether like $1,000 on evals. That's all, mostly scalping, nothing special. I felt like it's better to stay on the sidelines, so it's better. So let me hear some stories. How you guys are doing? We're here to lift up the spirit, and it looks like we're going to go for all-time highs. So full port, obviously. Don't do that, okay? Flat is a position, exactly. I'm suffering from being on the sidelines most of the time. Everybody's killing it in the chat. All the hosts are killing it. You guys just got a great trade setup from Ash. I think it's time for me to do some full porting, right? No, don't do that. Don't do that. So, quick recap. Actually, I'm not even going to do a recap about this. Look at the London session. I was streaming since 2 a.m. It was terrible, going sideways. Obviously, CPI day, so nothing to expect. I'm not going to do that. Don't worry. Okay, don't worry. All is going to be good. All is great. So, obviously, as expected, CPI took out both buy side, sell side, and the same happened on gold as well. So no half porting too. No, not that. So it took out the liquidity on both sides. And, when there's some high impact news like this, I usually try to go for a scalp, maybe to take out a liquidity level on the news candle. For example, here at 975, it's kind of a good opportunity. If you wait for the proper entry, you can go for like 10, 15 points in this case, which I did on evals only. On the downside, it seems like the market just keeps going bullish. And I think ES is still pretty much dictating the move here. But the same thing happened on gold. Actually, let me look at gold real quick, super quick. Okay. Yeah, same situation. Took out buy side, pretty much in the range still. No targets. So let me go back to NQ. No, ES first. ES first. Yeah, look at that. No one has ever gone before to these levels. Only Starship Enterprise. 6,600, super close, everybody. ES is just going to keep on pushing it. And because this is the scenario, NQ is going to keep on pushing to all-time high. Yesterday Matt was saying, Rian, how do you decide whether scalp are playing out better than day trade? Very good question. Excellent question. I have a short, very simple answer to that. The very simple answer is chart time and discretionary trading, discretionary decision. And by watching the chart, the candles printing. So if you just go back, actually, hold on. Where was the? Okay. So here was the news candle high, if we can say that. I was actually watching how price action was kicking higher. Actually, the price was kicking higher. And as it was progressing higher, that was my first initial trigger. Like, I don't have a specific setup for this. Going to take I'm going to take the BMW. Yes. So there's no specific setup if I'm scalping. I keep being asked like, hey, Tom, how you do the scalping? Is there a rule set? Not really, because 80-90% of the time it's like discretionary thing. Like, I see that this is just closing higher than the swing high. It keeps continuing higher. Obviously, we are closer to the news candle high. I jumped into the position, which was absolutely like, look at that. I just had to wait a lot. And because it was evaluation account, I was like, okay, at the open, it should be just popping that high. So it did. But otherwise, you can do the same thing. Look for some displacement. Looking for displacement, even in scalping, is actually very, very helpful. Even on the lower time frames, like 1 minute. I never go lower than the 1 minute, but displacements are helpful. It's basically like a compass, showing you a direction, like, okay, this is the direction of the push right now at that moment. So kind of like an extra layer of confluence maybe. But after that, as the price went lower, I was like, okay, this one might just take the news candle low. I did not jump in. I said to myself, there's only one plan. I'm going to talk about the plan. I actually noticed this down. Ash was talking about, are you capable to be one-sided? I actually noted down this sentence from Ash in his session because this is what I want to talk about today. So as price was dropping lower, I had one game plan for scalping. If we break below the 880s, I might jump into scalp to try to take out the news candle low, but that's it. Do you ever exit earlier because you saw something that can? Yes, on scalping, most likely. So when I scalp, it's usually a little bit of a heavier position. And because it's a heavier position, yes, sure, I have a stop loss. Usually my stop loss is a negative risk to reward ratio when I scalp. If you ask me why, because there used to be, so if the stop is very near like 10 points, 15 points, there used to be some wicks, even on the micro. And I'm like, okay, it happens in like a fraction of a second. So usually I go with the negative risk to reward ratio, but I'm watching the candles printing on Quantower. The data feed is good. You kind of get a feeling of how those candles are printing on those lower time frames, especially as you're scalping. And, if I see that it's just getting, for example, I'm going for a long and the candle is just having problems and just getting heavier and it's just breaks some minor swing low positions, then I'm just closing it down manually. So it's not a simple question, but it takes chart time and not a simple answer. So the question is good. The answer is not that simple. So it takes chart time, it takes experience, it also takes discipline, by the way. But that being said, I'm not really liking the scalping thing. So I'm not really into scalping, but I also have to admit that I always try to do some scalping, not just on evals, but on my funded accounts. Especially, and that's an issue I still have to, get over somehow when I'm pushing my account down to a drawdown. I tend to turn into scalping. And I think that sort of happens to every one of us, especially with those of you who are patient enough to wait for a trade with micros to go for like 30 points, 50 points, maybe even 100 points. And you go with micros, but you have a losing streak maybe on a given session, like 2 losses, and you're down like $300-$400. And that's the point when the market breaks you or makes you, but most likely breaks you when you turn into scalping. And you're like, okay, I'm just going to go in with a heavy position and try to make it back. Sometimes it works, sometimes not. So it's very difficult. Do you exit early if you see something that can be against your trade? As I said, if, for example, in a long position, if the trade is slowly takes the stairs lower and takes out some, and I'm talking about lower time frames, takes out some swing lows, and you just get a feeling how those candles are printing, not on TradingView, but I would say, yeah, I just close it manually. Close it manually, if possible, within the 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So anyway, this is just something I do when I scalp, but I'm not advising anyone. Again, huge respect to those of you who are scalpers, but I think it takes a lot of emotional toll every day. It really, really can put you in a negative spiral and lots of emotions. So anyway, hey, Gerson, thank you. So I'm not sure about that. So let me know if you have questions about this. Obviously, we had some all-time highs up there. And obviously, actually, I'm going to put an alert on ES. I'm just going to put an alert at 98 just to make sure. that we don't miss the move. Obviously, as we saw, and as I saw it closing above the 24K psychological number, I was like, okay, this could be just continuing higher. The trade that Ash presented was absolutely great. I like that. Oh yeah, I completely forgot to say, do like the please push the like button, call everyone, share the stream, share the link. You know, we need to push it. Are we at 49.6? Come on, everybody. We can do this. Call everyone. I told you guys yesterday. Exactly. Stick around. Bill, you said it. Call everyone. Send a message to everyone. You know. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, I was just reading something. So if you don't have questions about this, actually, as I wrote this down from Ash, the question is, are you capable to be one-sided? Now, yesterday and actually even on Monday and Tuesday, we talked about the game plan. Like, it's always good to have a game plan for both directions. Tom, how did you overcome when you miss a trade and if a trade hits stop loss? And when your bias and when with your bias, you get to trying to catch it. Yeah, so I know what you mean. First of all, there's two things. If I miss the trade, okay, especially when the range is too tight. So when I'm looking for like 15 points, 20 points, whatever, if I miss the trade setup, it's the scenario which is easier to overcome. You gotta learn it, and you're gonna learn it from multiple failures. It's different for everybody. How many failures can you actually grasp with? So, no, not used to be what would Terry do? I'm now what would Tom do? Yeah. So we're going to talk about the game plan. So if you missed it, you got to remind yourself that the same setup is going to happen very soon. Maybe not on the same day, but tomorrow is another day. And because we're all having a system which is repeatable, you must remind yourself, even with just a sticky note on your screen, that the setups are going to repeat themselves. But if I mess up the situation and I enter the trade, and it hits my stop loss, it's also very easy. You just have to ask yourself, did I put this trade on according to my game plan, according to my risk management, right? Even if you lost that trade, this is going to be very simple at the end of the day. You can still win. Also talked about this yesterday. Yeah, we're in the shop. The complete answer for this, if you play by the trade by, not just play, it's not a video game, of course. If you trade by your risk rules, your game plan, by the context, by your analysis, it should not be bothering you. If that stop loss that takes you out, it's going to, stay in your head and is going to put you in a negative state of mind. I think you should look back right there after that stop loss. Don't wait until the end of the day. You can correct it during the session. Like, look back and ask yourself, okay, what did I do wrong? Or did I do everything right? You don't necessarily did anything wrong. So if you did everything right, then you can sit back and relax. Yeah, you lost the trade. It will be much easier to overcome on that stop loss. Okay? Yeah. And this is exactly why I think it's important to ask ourselves and yourself, like, are you capable to be one-sided on a given game plan? Now, again, yesterday I said it's good to have a plan if the market goes higher or if the market goes lower. But there is more to it, obviously. And I think Ash was talking about something like that too. I'm not specifically remember the sentence, but I think, and that's what yesterday I said that too, and that's what I'm favoring most likely. If you have only a game plan for one side. Now, if you have a game plan for both sides, both on the sell side and on the buy side, it can get you a little bit of a trouble, but we're going to talk about it, okay? Yeah, it's choppy. It is definitely choppy. Thank you, Rian. If you have questions before we jump into the topic, let me know. I'm just going to say that I went through all the time frames, 1 minute to 15 minute, even the 3-minute chart. No zone here, absolutely nothing that I could go for. And because this makes it very simple for me. I'm just not going to take a trade on this. Yes, I was scalping earlier. Yeah, but it's a different thing. I'm definitely sure I'm not going to trade on my funded accounts. And actually, that's a good feeling. Hey, Ding T, good to see you. That's a good thing. And it took a lot of time, actually like a year, until I realized that, 2 years ago, when I saw the same situation, man, this is choppy. Oh, I really want to take a trade, but it's super choppy. What should I do? I really want to jump into a position because I need to make like $200 a day. Oh, I need to make that. So that feeling is gone. How about that? And you know why it's gone? Because I have a game plan. So we're going to talk about the game plan every day, every night, every week, throughout the next 20 years, the game plan. I wanted to force myself into take a position in both directions. Then I realized in the past 1 year, more than 12 months now, 13 months, that, hey, I should be actually happy. So I just tried to reprogram my mind. I should be actually happy if the market is choppy, because it makes the decision much easier. Like, no trade. Awesome. So yeah, smash the likes, everybody. Smash the likes. It makes it so easier to make the decision. The decision is not to take a trade, which is technically trading. Right? All right. So if there's no question about that, no question about BMWs or movies or anything, then we're just going to jump to the next thing. Just want to see if everybody's awake. I hope yes. And as usually, if you're in the red, walk away for the PM session. I think the major move is done. Maybe we can go for highs, but walk away. If you're in the green, walk away. Okay. What time frame do I usually trade? My entries are usually on the 1 and the 5 minute time frames. I try to trade more on the 5 minute, but sometimes I still have the urge to jump into a scalp position, which is usually on the 1 minute time frame. It happens. Stick around for a car session. All right. And after that, we're going to wait for Matt to finish up his session. And after Matt, I'm going to come back and going to talk about the bedtime stories, right? ASMR bedtime stories for everyone. It's going to be about trading. Don't worry. I will try to do that, Bill. Let's go. We're going to do that too. If you care to know when it's going to happen, join my YouTube. Okay. So yes, being one-sided throughout the day, basically, we're going to talk about the bias, right? Super important. One more thing about the cards, CMAT. When I was much younger, I loved the modified cars. Like, I was not a Fast and Furious cult member or anything, but I did like the modified cars. But now I'm older. I just like to leave everything factory OEM. Okay. No, TJ, it works perfectly. Minor repairs happened, but it's all good. Oh, we forgot to say the name, Bebop. Okay, so now we can move on. So being one-sided or two-sided during the market, okay? When you sit down to trade, and this is important, right? LUDA is good. When you sit down to trade, there's a question like, do you come in with a one-sided game plan, or maybe two-sided game plan? Or do you prepare for both directions is basically the thing. Both can actually work. I told you guys, both can actually work, but only if you understand the psychology and the traps that comes with each, because there are traps, okay? And let me just say this, because I did not say this before. It's not mandatory to have a plan every day for both to the bullish side and to the bearish side. So you don't have to force yourself by looking into scenarios in both ways. And I'm going to explain this as we move on. Okay. Actually, the one-sided game plan is actually a little bit better, but let's just go into this. And in the meantime, if you have questions, let me know. I'll try to read the chat along. Okay. The market is always changing, I know. And I said this all the time. Like, my bias, I'm not starting the London session like, okay, today I'm going to be bullish throughout the day. I don't care what happens. I don't care if Santa Claus is going to appear. I'm just going to stay bullish. That's not it. I think the bias can be somewhat shift, or actually you can have plans in both ways. But I'm going to talk about it. Will we do? I wish I could answer to you that. No current information. That's not my department. If it's going to happen. When did you overcome, like, hit the switch button from making the same mistake over and over again? Last year, Ryan, last year during 24 summer, when I decided to size down and completely, well, it didn't happen completely, but 90% like leave the minis and switch down to micros. That was one thing. The stress was absolutely lower. My favorite car, oh my God. At BMW, I love different series. I like the 8 series, the new one, but only with the 2-door coupe. I like the 6 series, the 5 series, all is good, but not the 2 series, not the 1 series. Anyway, let's just go back to trading, okay? Oh my gosh, I think my computer is just messing up, but it's okay. It's okay. Okay, it's fine. I was just having some error message popping up on my browser, but it's cool. I don't know what happened. So what about, I just reading a question, what about inducement? Depend how you ask, in which context you ask this question. Like, obviously, we need to have levels on the chart, specific levels. Yeah, so you need to do the 1 micro daily challenge, okay? I'm using the Elgato Wave 3. Elgato Wave 3 microphone. So the thing is, with the one-sided game plan, and I'm going to go with I'm going to answer to that question too. So it comes like this. The one-sided game plan is the simplest way, I think. What it looks like is basically, today I'm only going to be looking for longs, but that's not that simple, okay? Obviously looking for higher time frame levels, okay? It could be pivot points, whatever. Higher time frame, I told you guys, yes, we need to look for daily, we need to look for 4 hour, but because, and this is only my personal perspective, because we're only trading in a short period of time, like for 2 hours, the maximum I'm looking for is the 1 hour time frame. That doesn't mean I'm not noticing some 4 hour or daily levels, but for those specific zones that I like to trade, the maximum would be the 1 hour. Usually the 15-minute and the 5-minute zones is what I like. So I cannot do that. No backflips. No backflips. So focus on the higher time frame trend. Obviously, you can read the news. You can review the context. If you have a very good level, And as I said, it could be a moving average, a pivot point, a support and resistance area, a fair value gap. You've seen me back. Okay, that's not a secret anymore then. So if you see a proper level, you can use that as that anchor point in your analysis. Okay. If it lines up with the big picture, with the conviction of the market, like what day is it? Is it a choppy day? Yesterday, what day was yesterday? Obviously, you need to look at the big picture, higher time frame. What are the market conditions? Is there enough volume? How is the market moving? How is the market reacting to certain levels? It's especially good when you start out, for example, at the 9:30 open. What is the 1 micro challenge? Bill, it's very simple. Zeph, just a second. It's very simple, Bill. Get a evaluation account at MyFundedFutures and trade it with 1 micro for 30 days. Yes, you're going to have to pay most likely another month of subscription. Trade it with 1 micro. Forget about the profit, Bill. Just trade it with 1 micro and focus on the setup. If you can make it by the end of the 30 days, you're not just going to get rebuild. Congratulations. No, what you're going to win is the confidence and the conviction in your trading model. Forget about the profit, focus on the setup. I think that challenge is just amazing, And you know what? Have a cap for like maybe 3 trades a day. No, thanks. Okay. I mean, this is really, if you're having, I keep hearing something. I don't know if it's me or I think. Oh my gosh. 53 resets. I need to read this. CPI did 50. Okay. I'm just going to grab my phone and I'm going to try it again. Okay, let's see. MyFundedFutures website. What's the code again? 53 resets. Okay. Can I get it? I have to log in. Is it still available? It's 50 is a lot, by the way. Okay. I'm just messing around. I always do the same joke. Congratulations to the winners, by the way. I think that if you trade with low contract when you don't have, also cause you to lose because you're under risking much. You get what? Yeah, I get what you mean, and we're going to talk about that too. I get what you. I'm not saying only trade with 1 micro, but because I'm usually going for like 30, 50 points, sometimes even 100 points. Imagine going into those positions with 3 or 4 micros. Somebody was asking how many micros I use. Usually my trade setups, at least I'm trying to aim under normal volume conditions, like not just an arranging day for 10 points, for like 30, 50, 60, 70 points. And, 2 or 3 micros, that can do the job actually. And you're able to hold it. And you're able to hold through those quote unquote noise periods when, there's some liquidity sweeps, spikes in the price action. 5 micros is good for, I told this, it's never that simple. I cannot say to you like, always go with 5 micros. It's always going to depend on your strategy, your risk management, your personality, of how much risk you can take. Some of us can take a lot of risk mentally, okay? Even on a funded account. I know traders who start out on, for example, a brand new 50K funded account. I like, by the way, more so, I kind of like trading gold. Yes, I'm starting out with this, but I kind of like it. So some traders like to take a lot of risk. For example, starting out on a new 50K funded account, for example, they take on like on one single trade, $1,000 of risk. That's too much for me. But for them, it's normal. The problem is that you're not going to survive 2 losses, most likely, or maybe 3. I would rather go with very small size, like risking no more than 200 until I build up a certain buffer. Okay. But Some can't. Yes, I can't. AD, have a good night's sleep. I wish you all the best. AD used to be in my stream, so as well, and here. Coop is here too, I know. So I'm always going with less risk. That's never a problem. So what I'm trying to say, and we got to finish with this topic because it's important. I like trading gold more so. Yes, I just said it. I do like trading gold. I like it. But anyway, if you guys have questions, let me know. Actually, I'm kind of liking the mood for asking questions, answering questions, or I may be asking questions from you guys. So the one-sided game plan makes it easier for you to decide what to do. And there is one magic word for it, which I would be talking later, like which side is your favorite? Like, what is that level that, you have that extra gut feeling that ask away, that you have that extra sixth sense, that feeling that's going to develop after a certain hour of chart time, left side. That's good too. The benefit of being or having a one-sided trade plan, it simplifies the decisions. Okay, let's just get this through. It simplifies the decisions, less confusion. Okay, so that's why I'm saying don't force yourself into marking up your chart for both ways. Okay, simplifies the decision, less confusion, right? Builds conviction, and easier to size in. If it's not going to your way, you'll just sit out from the session. You're not going to do anything. Right now, I am very happy because absolutely no level on this chart, not on any time frame, like not on the 1 minute, 3, 5, 15. I don't see anything. So the market keeps telling me that no trade for today. And I'm liking that. I'm actually liking that. Would you ever full port a sim funded for CPI? You know what? If I would understand fundamentals much, much, much better than I do, because I'm definitely not an expert in fundamentals. I told you guys that a fundamental analysis or a news event can be understood or interpreted like a dozen different ways by a dozen different people. So everybody can have different narrative for a specific news event. By the way, I respect all of the traders who are trading solely on fundamentals. I think it's much harder, Still needs some technicals, by the way, but the decision has to be lined up with fundamentals. I think a specific news event, even the CPI, can be, there's like 10 different narratives for this CPI. One trader would say, oh, this is bad news and this should be going down, but why it's not going down? Oh, this is awesome news and this is why it's going to go up. Oh, this is bad news and this is why it's going to go up. There's so many versions of this. But I lost the thought that I wanted to say. Yeah. So if I would know fundamentals like a pro, maybe I would do it. If I would know the fundamentals as a professional. Akib, good to see you. I got a problem that I'm currently struggling with because I reached too much, like 3 cons, 50K funded. Then I think about, why are you risking 3 minis? Rian, it's very simple. You're risking too much. I'm sorry to say this. It's your decision at the end of the day, but 3 minis on a 50K funded account is too much. Even for scalping, I think. So that's a lot. Just want to say that you need to size down. Definitely need to size down. So, yeah. And going with the one-sided game plan, as I said, it's going to be much more simple. It's going to build conviction. it's going to keep you from flip-flopping in the chop. But I said that a few days ago. If you have only, for example, there's only a sell side level somewhere and it keeps going higher in the chop, awesome. You don't have to do anything. Okay. I don't know what micros are. We're going to go into that too. Yeah, you got to use the micros in that case. So the traps of having a one-sided game plan, because there's also a downside to it, is the tunnel vision, right? Ignoring clean setups in the opposite direction. There might be a beautiful setup, and this is mostly for advanced traders, by the way. If you're somewhat in the beginning of the journey, it doesn't really matter to you. But if you're like using at least two different strategies, or if you have a minor game plan to the opposite side, you might ignoring a perfect setup because you're so attached or married to the idea. That's also a typical issue, right? Adrenaline is always, yeah, that's what everybody likes. Also, the trap of being one-sided is forcing the trades, right? But the market doesn't match the bias. You still want to make money. You still want to make some profits. That's actually a rookie mistake. I think it's easier to overcome why you're forcing yourself into a sell position, for example, when the market is doing like this. Okay, there's no clean sign that this market is going to go down. So I think it's easier to overcome. And obviously, it all comes down to the tilt, doing the same mistakes, etc., right? So a one-sided plan actually keeps you focused until it blinds you. So don't let it blind you completely. I mean, at all. You got to stay focused. Now, there's the two-sided game plan, which I actually talked about yesterday and last week. It has the advantages as well, of course. What it looks like is basically, if we break above this certain level, I'm going to go for long. If it rejects, I'm going to go for short. Anyway, you have a plan for both sides. But the problem with that, it has too many ifs and then, if, then. It's just not too healthy in the thinking process. I would say the benefit of having a two-sided game plan for the session. I'm talking about the session, by the way, I'm not talking about the whole day. We as day traders usually focusing down on that 2 or 3 hours of time that we're spending at the in front of the screen at that current market or AM session or PM session, whatever. So it has some benefits. It provides you flexibility, right? You're basically prepared for anything, like not anything, but like you come to the market prepared. It also it's going to give you confidence as well. Now, you got to be careful with that because you have to protect your confidence, okay? You're going to start the trading session. Let's just stay with the 9:30 market open. You're going to start the trading session with no panicking, no stress, no surprises by the market because you already have plans for both sides. So it also has this benefit. And obviously, it has a benefit of survival. Now, yesterday was a great example. I think I showed you guys a plan A to go higher and the plan B to go lower. Now, if your plan A fails, right? And can I show this actually if I go back to yesterday's session? When was this? Oh, here it was. So somewhere here, I showed you guys that, when was it? Yeah. I showed you guys, okay, this is a plan A. And we have a target down there. If this one fails at this point, you can just take a short on another fair value gap. That would be plan B. Now, the advantage of a two-sided plan, even if with a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, worst case scenario, especially when you have like a trade cap, like no more than 2 trades in the same session. You failed on this one, but you were successful on the second trade. So basically you survived. You survived the market with a break even. And break even days are winning days. You beat the market actually. That was awesome. So I would say it's a huge benefit, right? A one-sided plan does not have this benefit if you absolutely stay by the rules, okay? And that's why I like the two. But there's also like a hybrid approach, but we're going to talk about that too. The traps about having a two-sided plan is the analysis paralysis, okay? Too many scenarios, which going to lead you to hesitation, okay? Over trading, also a trap in this. Flipping sides too fast. Easier to break the rules on a two-sided game plan. And basically lack of conviction. No clear anchor. That's what I'm saying. So it seems like something is happening. Okay. Something is happening in the chat. Never mind. I'm just going to continue with my topic. Okay. I'm just going to. I told you guys you got to be you got to be friends with Abhishek. Who's doing, or Magnus, or Danny, or anyone, or with me. I'm lonely. Anybody wants to be my friend? I have no friends. Anyway, let's move on with the topic. The two-sided plan actually keeps you ready until it makes you indecisive. So you gotta be careful. Okay, you gotta be careful. That's why I said it's definitely more simple to go with the one-sided plan. But as I said, there's sort of like a hybrid approach, like best of both worlds. We know that. Good luck to everybody, by the way. So can we get 300 likes, please? Yes. Please, pretty please. Can we get that? I'm going to drink. This is actually tea. Oh. So, like the stream, y'all. I told you. And I'm going to talk about the hybrid plan. 300 likes from me. It's basically not ICT, or iced tea. I said that deliberately. ICT, iced tea. This is also a tea, but I was drinking like a Dr. Chen stomach tea. You can search for it online. Do you drink beer? Only during the summer, on a hot summer day, maybe. I'm more of a wine person, but I like a beer on a hot summer day. Tea or iced tea? Yes, ICT. Whatever. So with the hybrid approach, we need to finish up with this topic. It's important. Exactly. Exactly. So, as I said, best of both worlds. And this has to do something by carving your own way out in trading. But anyway, start with the primary, like higher time frame bias or trend or displacement. In this case, like you can look for the 15-minute and the 1-hour charts. Okay. I don't know if ICT or anyone with the well-known on the well-known gurus or someone from the big gurus are saying something like higher time frame rules. I like that. I like that saying, like higher time frame rules, which means if I see a textbook, in my example, a textbook zone on a 15-minute time frame, that's actually stronger for me than a zone on the 1-minute time frame. That can actually help me to decide that's just one small information piece there, but that can actually help me to decide which direction to go to. Okay. So if I see a supply zone somewhere up there on the 15-minute chart, and it's a textbook beautiful supply zone, but I also see like a 1-minute demand zone way down there, I'm just going to say, okay, we're going to wait. And most likely I'm going to be looking for a possible long position. I am Hungarian. Mark. Mészáros Mark, I am Hungarian. Can I say something in Hungarian? Üdvözöllek a MyFundedFutures streamben. Gratulálok, hogy itt vagy. Actually, I should have said more, but it's going to drive away the viewers. No. Did something happen? Sziasztok. Hello, sziasztok. Oh, I should keep it in English. All right. So I know the accent comes through. Obviously, you can prepare a backup plan for the opposite side. Choose the stronger level is what I'm trying to say. If there are levels in both directions, try to make a decision which one is going to be the stronger level. Okay, that's one thing. Have a favorite side, but don't marry it. Okay. Obviously, if it's not going for the 15-minute supply zone, and there's a 1-minute demand zone, which is getting closer and closer, it's never a bad idea to jump in on a retracement with a good risk to reward ratio and just go for it, right? Obviously, that would be the two-sided approach. But as a hybrid approach, I would say choose the strongest level between it could be, as I said, pivot level. It could be support resistance level. It could be fair value gaps. Maybe there's a 4-hour fair value gap, which is getting closer and closer. And you say, okay, this is definitely should be sweeping that level. So I don't care. I'm not going to go short on this one. I'm just going to wait for a proper displacement toward the 4-hour gap. That's it. Did anybody win? I hope so. Thank you. So just a small information piece here, okay? There are some practical tips that you can do. Like you can decide right at the beginning of your analysis, like, okay, actually you can write it down on a piece of paper like I used to do, by the way. Yeah. So you can write it down on a piece of paper that I'm going to be going with a one-sided bias, a one-sided game plan, and I'm just going to go with the easy road. Now, there's something to it. Obviously, you can expect less trades. If the market is going to the opposite way, it's easier, yes, but expect less opportunities, okay? If you decide to go only with your bias, and let me just repeat that again, it's not a bad thing, but if you decide to only go with one bias, what you can do, if you can handle it emotionally, is go with a little bit higher risk. Obviously not with $1,000 or whatever, especially on a all right, off rep. I try to do my best, but that's not my department. So you can go with a bigger risk, especially on evaluation account, okay, to speed up the process, because there's going to be sessions, sometimes days even, when the market is pretty much going in one direction, and then you're just not going to see the move that you're waiting for. Anyway, congratulations to the winners, by the way. What do you think for? Are you asking this just to say it out? What do you think of VWAP? No, VWAP. VWAP. As a Hungarian, it's difficult to say. The volume weighted average price, which I also have it here. I'm not using it. It's not part of my day trading process. It's not part of my setups. It's not part of my. Anyway, I'm not using it. That being said, it's awesome because lots of, not just retail, but even big players are using. Volks, good to see you again. even big players are using the volume weighted average price. Now you can build a complete system around this line, around this indicator, and that's kind of cool. And obviously, the market is somewhat respecting it most of the time, which is a good thing. You can anticipate targets. I would actually use this as targets. So if I would want to start out with the volume weighted average price, I think I would use it as potential price target, but I'm just talking out loud right now. So usually I'm not trading it. I'm pretty much okay with my levels. That's what I like. I feel like the VWAP would actually confuse me a little bit. But let me say, Joseph, exactly, Joseph. So if you guys trade with it, stay with it. If it makes you money, if it makes you profits, definitely stay with the VWAP. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. And I know Ash also saying something about indicators, but if you're using indicators, that's cool too. At the end of the day, as I said, there's so many, thousands of variations, thousands. Like, you couldn't even learn all that. It's just impossible. At the end of the day, it all comes down to risk management. Okay. I'm still trying to have that plan, that game plan, that we should do the coin toss strategy in my session. But I need to have the green light to do that. If we can do that, I'm going to dedicate an evaluation account to that for you guys, and only those trades are going to be on that account. I do like that idea, so I'm gonna ask around if it's possible or not. I would like to see that happening. Just a scientific experiment, you know. It's scientific, but you know, the coin is going to decide the direction, but I am going to decide the risk. Okay, that's the only freedom I need. I would like to decide the risk, but the coin is going to decide if it's going to be a buy or a sell. Anyway, moving on. I was talking about these practical tips, you know, before going into a one-sided or two-sided game plan for the day. If you can choose a one-sided bias, it's going to be the most simplest way to do so. Okay, as you're moving on, getting more chart time and experience, yeah, you can go for the two-sided plan. That's what I would say. Okay. Also, you need to set up clear invalidation points on the chart. So, for example, let's just say, like, if we go above like this 24K level, I'm definitely not going to look for sells. I don't know. Or if we break this and this pivot point, whatever, we're definitely not going to go for the other direction. Invalidation levels can help you also to stay out from bad decisions. Okay, that can actually help a lot. Your bias will only work anyways when there is a strong displacement in the direction of your level, right? So if you're looking for a significant high, for example here, let's just go with this exact. That's a good one, actually. You're looking for all-time high. Your game plan for today already happened. Displacement here at the news candle, and actually it could have taken you out. So maybe one trade is down, another displacement higher at 1035, and there's another fair value gap here, boom, and you could just take the trade. Ash beautifully showed you guys this, and there's your trade. But because there's no special level on the downside, you can just let it go super easily. That was the plan. But, you know, invalidation points. And obviously, you do need to review at least weekly. I said this many times. Actually, I write down everything, and I don't know. What did I write down? I don't know if you guys can see it, but this is how I write it down. I use a pen and paper, and I just write it down. I'm going to read this out for you. Okay, I'm going to read this out. This is actually, I don't know which day was this. I think Monday. My analysis was correct again. The levels were working. My remark is liquidity was taken during the silver bullet hour with an engulfing candle and the liquidity sweep plus an inversion fair value gap. Eventually, the supply zone was tagged, but it failed to push through. Price returned to a 1-minute demand zone during lunch hour. In the PM session, price also returned to the 15-minute order block. Obviously, there's a date to it, so it's better to read it with the chart. The levels were correct again. There was enough fair value gaps on the 1-minute and the 5-minute time frames to take the trades. Just an idea. So I like to write down things. I'm a dinosaur, and I like the way it is. Hello, Rocket Scooter fam. Oh my gosh, it's that time again. Did I say everything? Yeah. So do the daily reviews, weekly reviews. All right. It's never a bad idea. I'm not saying to save every single trade or chart, but if you just write down some thoughts, trust me, it's going to help you a lot. Okay. Let's go. So just a quick takeaway, quick recap. If you go with one-sided trade plan, you got to focus plus conviction. Okay. That's what it means. It helps you a lot. The two-sided game plan, the benefit is flexibility and adaptability. If you're getting more advanced, then why not go with the two-sided? Both are having traps. You got to watch out for that. You got to protect your confidence, your conviction. Okay, because that's the goal. Your confidence actually has a much, much higher value than that funded account. Even if you have like $5,000 on that funded account, which is good money, I know. Your confidence in trading for the long term, for your business, has a much higher value that you need to protect. Okay? Your job isn't to be bullish or bearish. Your job is to be prepared. That is the job. All right. What's the time? Oh my gosh. 1 more minute. Where? Okay. Matt is going to come around any moment. I need to be prepared for the song. Man, that song is powerful. I'm telling you. If you have questions, let me know. I hope you guys liked this discussion. I think it was great. Zachary Monster, good to see you. Time flies, exactly, Abhishek. It does. So I'm really happy, and I'm very grateful to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV, the hosts, the mods, upper management too, that I can be here, and I really enjoy it. If you have any quick questions, let me know. Who's more handsome, Matt or me? That was my question. I think we're both handsome, right? Good looking, almost the same. So, yeah. Thank you. At least somebody. Thank you. That's good to know. Both. Okay. You. Oh, so many you. Thank you. I'm feeling much better. I can full port some accounts now in the PM session. Finally, I can do that. I'm just saying, this was a crazy day. Thank you. This was a crazy day. If you're in the profits, walk away. No, not yet. After Matt is finishing up, he has lots of values, I think, today especially, not just I think, always. If you're in the red, you definitely need to stay at MyFundedTV and call everybody. I don't know if you finished up with your daily job or routine. If you haven't done so, there's a phone book in your cell phone. You need to call everyone, right? So please do so. Send a message in your social, media, wherever it is. Just do it. I enjoy this too. Ricardo, thank you so much. I enjoy it as well. It's always a pleasure to be here with you guys. And again, nobody gives, I mean, all the hosts are giving so many values, so many free account resets and everything. I told you guys that the music is coming. I need to take this on. Gotta look good, you know. Gotta look good. What does he have on his forehead? Oh, I dropped it. Okay. He full ported some accounts, I bet. We're gonna ask him. Let's go. I would like to sing it. Rocket Scooter, come on. I couldn't. But I do have the talent. That's why he's so happy all the time. Yes, exactly. Everybody, W's for Matt in the chat. Welcome, Matt. Good to see you. And you're muted. But no
Hi, how's it going? Hello,
Hey.
hello.
Hey, how's it going? Good to see you, man.
All right, you guys know the drill. Anytime I have the big winning day, we got the sticky note on the forehead. This was always like the tradition. So
I can't read it. What does it say? Man, what does it say? Come on.
oh, 20K, 20K, 20K.
Jesus, holy baby Christ.
props.
20K. Oh my gosh.
No blow ups,
20K.
no nothing. It was long.
I told you how he did it. He full ported or not. I'm just trolling. Of course not. What
Split across a bunch of
happened?
profit accounts, whatever.
Okay, walk us through what happened because I'm curious.
So last night, right before the market opened, I was teaching my boot camp, and I run my calculation for overnight dynamic hedge pressure. It's just a long pressure that you get from hedging. This is a thing that happens across the board. So this orange line is a long pivot. Right when we open, I just longed in like 5 of the accounts, and then right here I closed out with some profit.
Nice.
You know, the bad news is good news in this whole CPI, PPI stuff. And no matter what's going to happen, the market's still going to keep going up. Fed's going to cut rates. There's so many people that 2 months ago didn't think we're getting a rate cut. Now everybody's like, we might get 50 basis points, maybe 25. There's so many bulls are like ready to get on this Fed stuff that any dip's going to get bought up. So when we fell off of CPI news, I was flat. We fell exactly to that same pivot I longed on last night. And I just longed again and went right back up to the top within a minute. Close everything else out again. Then we dipped, and I bought again, and then I closed out. And then we dipped, and then I bought again, and then I closed out here.
Okay, remind me, Matt, that after we finish up the stream, we need to start a hedge fund. You know, I don't know, but that's something.
I don't know, man. That's where it gets stressful. If I had to, like, I feel like if I get stressed out with something like that, that'd be like too much pressure. Like, I'm okay if I blow up everything on my screen, you know, but the last thing I want is like 100 phone calls and emails after that and being like, what happened?
You know what? We can start like we will only trade demo accounts. It will be easier, right? And we can say that we're managing. Yeah, exactly.
I actually like that idea. So anyways, thanks for asking about my trading day, bud. How did you do any trades today? What did you end up doing?
Well, I was having some technical issues with my computer again. I really need to buy a new computer, which I will. And after the market opened up, the only thing I could do, actually before the open, I managed to scalp a little bit to the news candle high. And that was it because I was struggling with my computer. Maybe it's better for me because I wasn't really feeling it, but anyway, it is what it is. Small profits, but step by step. That's how I do. Usually,
what do you think
I
is
try.
wrong with your computer?
I think it's just old. You know, I bought this computer at 2018. It's good. Everything works, and but
I was about to ask how old is old. I was like, is the computer box like tan? Is this from like 1996 or something?
Yeah. I'm still using the same case. So,
yeah.
But I grew up using Commodore 64. Imagine that. You know.
Yeah. That's from our generation. Well, you know, obviously 2018. These days this day and age for computers, that's like an ancient computer. Even though it doesn't sound like it, 6 years is a lot. Like, I think I go through computers about every 2 years.
Yeah,
these
but don't
days.
worry. Actually, I'm already. I'm gonna have a new computer in a few weeks. It's gonna be a monstrosity. I'm putting a lot of money into that because I need it to be perfect for a few years. So it's gonna be a hyper supercomputer. I don't know. It's gonna be great. But
Nice, nice.
It's in the
The
works.
big
Yeah.
question that I have for you then
Yeah.
is AMD or Intel?
Oh, I get this question like a million times. Like, I don't know nothing about that. All I know is that, in the geek circles, there's a huge battle or a war between Intel and AMD people. And I'm just in the middle, like, I don't know. What the heck should I know about this? So it seems like now everybody keeps telling me go with AMD. So maybe that's what's going to be. Yeah.
I'm in the same boat as you. I couldn't decide. I was AMD in high school. I was Intel originally in high school. Then I switched to AMD when it was better. And Intel was the first chip to race to 1,000 megahertz. So it was like the first one that got there. So everybody jumped back on the Intel train. And I was just an Intel overclocking fanboy until this last year. I finally got on the Ryzen train. So now I'm back with AMD. But also Intel has its like 24 core processor, the 285 or whatever. I couldn't decide between the two, so I bought one of each. So my gaming laptop is Intel. The streaming laptop is Ryzen. I love it, dude. I got the 9950 top of the line Ryzen. It's a badass computer. You'll like it if you're AMD. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's I think that's what is going to happen. All right. Yeah. I think I'm going to go. Chat, thank you so much. Again, this was an amazing topic. I'm so glad we talked about all this stuff, and stick around with Matt. And also, as usual, I wish you a great session, Matt. It's always good to have you and good to talk a little bit, and see you tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir, buddy. Have a great day and good luck with your computer stuff.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right. Awesome job, guys. Thank you for having us some W's in chat. Some love for Tom. Appreciate all he does for the channel. Great. How many people watched Steven last night? I love the newest addition to the MyFunded family. I tuned in and was moderating and was hanging out. What a treat, right? Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button really quick. Hit that like button. I love you guys to death if you do that. Let me tweet out the show here. All right, hold on. I always pull out the headband when I'm doing great, or I'm wanting to like, or when the market chops up. No, there's really no pattern for it, to be honest. All right. Anywho, celebratory. Welcome, guys. No, I look like I got a scarf. I look like I'm like a hipster sipping on a latte with my trading scarf. How are y'all doing today? Yeah, 20K amongst all the prop accounts total together. You can see in the bottom right of the screen. I have no busts, no blowups, no downside. One of the days where everything is green. You gotta love it. I think it's of course you're up and down throughout your trading career. Different days up, different days down. Today it was just one of those days where every trade synced up and every trade was pretty decent. One of the trades that take a little bit of heat, but I still hung on to it. Let me walk you guys through. So monthly hedge pressure, right? You guys know if I look at liquidity maps, orange line is always a long pivot, always a long pivot. It's a 90%er. Under ideal conditions, 90% of the time you stay on the same side you open on. So anytime we open at the orange line, I'm so thrilled. We get it calculated before the market opens, by the way. So right here, I got like literally when the market opened here, I literally started longing. I started building the long there with the intent to add some more down in here and then stop out if I'm wrong. If you lose this, the market will crash, but at least I'll be wrong small if I'm wrong. And then the market just moved up and then went up and went up and went up and went up. Once I got my 40 points, I cashed out to profit. So that was pretty much the first bulk of the trades. Those all each made about $1,000 plus some. And then I sat out for the whole night. And I usually go for 40 points over 9 call. And then we don't have to trade all night. We walked up. We had, all the theories I told you guys all last week. Remember, I told you, even yesterday I said the same thing. And today I said the same thing, was that bad news is good news. And good news is also good news, right? PPI didn't bump up and CPI didn't bump up either. Neither one of them showed signs of inflation getting worse. Now, that does lessen the probability of a Fed rate cut. That's always to note. I watched the CME Fed Watch this morning, right when the news came out. Fed Watch didn't budge. It was still 10% chance of a 50 basis point cut, meaning that Wall Street didn't seem to care. And right now it's about 11%. So CPI came out really good. My thought was, oh, better CPI, maybe less probable chance of rate cut. Market dipped. I refreshed this. This didn't change. And then when this didn't change, I go by the dip. It fell right to pivot. We fell exactly the hedge pressure. Within a second, it fell. I grabbed some of my trade. I went and watched it. CME Fed Watch didn't change. VIX barely went up. When I tell you guys the magic number in VIX, every day we talk about our magic number in VIX. We're below that contango midpoint. And then now here, VIX barely moved. So market dips, VIX barely moves. CME Fed Watch doesn't budge by the dip. Being first, and I teach you guys here in this chat, being first is everything. I went into CPI prepped with all of that. I told you guys yesterday the same thing. I told you guys last week the same thing. Be first, be first, be first. The Fed is going to cut rates. The only question is how much. There were so many people that at the beginning of the year were betting on no rate cut. There were 7 Fed FOMC committee members voting on no rate cut 2 dot plots ago. No, last dot plot, sorry. And so now everyone shifted to the probably going to get a rate cut. So Wall Street was betting on a 40% chance, as high as 40% chance of no cut. 20 to 40, that number was fluctuating. And like a 60 to 80% chance of a rate cut, period. And now we're at 10% of a 50 basis point cut. Imagine all of those people are like no rate cut, now having to choose between one or two. People can't wait to get in on the bull market. Every bear scare we've had this month immediately got bullish the next day. It's telling you something about the market. The lack of volatility, the probability of people betting on rate cut are revealing their hand. People want to get in on the 50 basis point cut or 25 cut any chance they can. Every dip is going to get bought up. And I said this all week. I told you guys, when you're a trader, your job is to always be first. The only way to beat the market is to be first. Now, the question is, are you right or wrong? Well, you're going to get it right and wrong, but you got to be right or wrong from the right place and for the right motivations. And like a chess player, you have to plan ahead. Since I told you guys last week, I thought every dip would get bought up. It was a split-second decision. Market fell, check the VIX, check the Fed Watch, no change, no change, buy the dip, boom. $10,000 in 20 seconds by being prepared. It fell to a strong pivot. My question was, do I long from here? Yes or no? Prepared, getting a step ahead, and then that's it. So the idea is you want to get ahead and plan everything. And I told you guys, I'll be buying every dip. I can't wait for the CPI to dip. I'll buy the dip. And I told everybody, I even told you yesterday, I'm buying the dip tomorrow after CPI. I hope that CPI comes out bad. Or we dip on the good news. Either way, one of the two is going to happen. When CPI came out good, we dipped on the good news. Hey, I got lucky. If it would have rallied straight up, then I would have missed out on everything. Oh, I was so happy to get exactly what I wanted to happen. You don't want to stress about being first. Can I use your candles and patterns to try to get good spots to continue and try reversion? I always get effed with being in before the news. Yeah, no, I don't trade. I'm not trading before the news, CJ. It's not telling you guys to YOLO on the news at all. This was after the news. Now, again, don't try to be like okay, let me start over. What I'm doing is like upper echelon, professional level, very strict risk management inside of my decision making. It's not just betting on the news. First of all, I'm flat into the news. Number two is I know where I want to get in, where I want to get stopped. I'm prepared of everything. If I was wrong on this, I would have lost $5,000 across the accounts that I bought in. So it's not just like I'm jumping in and doing stupid stuff. This is a very good example of being first, but this isn't where you're going to try to be first now as a new trader. Jumping in and seeing, the market fall 150 points and having the confidence to get in is something that takes a decade of practice to get good at where you're going to get in, what's your risk management, how many accounts, where's the position. and knowing what to check and checking it so quick. Like I got into the position and then I'm refreshing the web page like, okay, please, please, please don't change. And then the data came out good. I'm like, okay, good, fine. Okay, good. Okay, good. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, good. We're going, right? It was completely calculated. It doesn't mean I'm right or wrong or even predicting the market. It just means I calculated where I'm getting in, where I'm getting out. I knew the whole trade before anything even happened. Market's here and I go, you know what? I can buy at my strong pivots. This is the one. This is the only one I consider. It literally fell right to it. And I was like, oh yeah. Click. Long, 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 long. Just all across the board. Just trying to grab as many as I can at that spot. And the market went right back up to where we started, which was great. It's very calculated. And even so, the residual of that is not that I'm chasing the news or betting on the news. I know there's a little bit of volatility, but VIX is in a decay pattern. So the V's are going to get smaller as I expected. This is tightening up, right? After the market moved up, I literally closed out. We dipped the second time at yesterday's close. I longed a second time. We went right up to there. And then I think I closed out there. And then pre-market, I waited. And then market open, we gapped above for the 1A trade on BLU, which is one of my favorite like bull setup, or not my favorite, one of my sort of common bull setups. And I actually longed one contract in 3 accounts because I knew it could possibly test the half gap with the big gap up like that. And resilience being positive, we could fall to half gap. So I actually bought one contract and I held. I was upside down maybe $1,500. And then I was green. It was upside down 1,000. And then I was green. And then I closed out like maybe here, somewhere in there. I literally held through all of that. Why? Well, VIX was in decay, so I don't expect the volatility to get worse. Number 2 is each time we bounced on each one of these pivots, my resilience number got better and better and better, which means more stocks were gapping and going. NASDAQ was in the same boat, better, better, and better, which means the pivot gets stronger each time you touch it. I just held through it. Pro decision number 3. I didn't even get scared of this. I just held through it. Decaying volatility, all this stuff, right? I try to teach you guys kind of like my higher end level. I consider myself as one of the best scalpers out there from years of practice. This is obviously like an acquired skill you have to practice on, be very calculated with, but I'm not a pattern trader. I'm not a candlestick trader, not a trend trader. I'm a pivot trader, and I utilize Confluence to help me with the pivots. And then I use foresight to try to guess what I think is going to happen in the greater sense of things. All my indicators were bullish this morning. I knew they would be from yesterday's bull close. And I knew people were going to be trying to get in on the dip. Market's extremely liquid. There's no volatility. The market fell way beyond what I thought. The fact that it fell even more than 40 points, I was even more excited to get in on it. So that's it. That's why I did what I did. Yeah, so that's how I do my trading stuff. Getting ahead is so important. It doesn't matter. You like how I draw those straight lines? I draw the world's straightest lines. Ready? I'd like to take credit for it, but my computer, the program actually glitches and allows me to draw really straight lines. Check that out. Ready? Look how good I am. I wish I could take credit for it, but I can't. But it is kind of nice as a side effect. You want to see that again? You want to see how good I am at drawing a line? Ready? Choom. Look at how good I am. Look at how good I am. Okay. So anywho, the next thing, as I try to make sure you guys understand, is that day trading is not just finding the patterns, right? It's about intuition. Being first is everything. And I'm sure after the market did this and went up here, there were some people that are like, oh my God, it's green, 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 green. Cool, let me get in because it's going to rocket from there. The fact that people are considering a long at the wrong spot, the inefficiency is what chops people and makes people lose. The fact is, I'm wanting to long from this place and it falls right to it. The opportunity is mine. And the idea that you can be first in your planning, first in your application is kind of what you aspire to be. Now, it doesn't mean catch the falling knife when the market is just falling to nowhere and you're just like, let me just be first to the long side. That's not what I'm talking about. That's also a quick way to blow up. Calculate it at a high volume pivot and bouncing for a reason. Here's my reason. 90% of days will stay on the same side of that orange line they open on. That's a real statistic from my back test. It's very almost impossible most days to even see that orange line nearby. It's usually really far away. The fact is, when it's nearby, when you touch it, I usually bet that we always reverse off of it because it takes a very substantial change in everybody's perception for there to be enough selling or buying to press to the other side of that monthly hedge pressure. It's all the risk of all the monthly options where it's all balanced at that one spot. That's the monthly support. And it changes every day. And if you break through it, the market's going to collapse. So by betting on the long side, I'm basically in plain English betting, market's not going to collapse on this. Why would it? Why would the market absolutely crash off of this news? This news is great. Wasn't terrible. Wasn't bad. Market sold. Hit a strong support. What's my bet? Market's crashing today because breaking orange is an actual crash. It's not just okay, it's going to sell off. If you tip from bullish to bearish hedging, from positive and negative gamma, all the long slipping short, the market will cascade into a big ass sell off. But even so, if I buy there, I'm wrong very quick. If I get on the other side of the orange line, I'm out. So I know that I can be very efficient on my trade. Be first and be efficient together. That's the powerhouse way to make money consistently in the market. Having a good application of the right position size. Let me guess if you guys have been like hanging out with me long enough. Do you think I hit that orange line with a very big position? Or do you think I hit it with something small? Let me see if you guys understand what I did. And then guess why I did what I did. Big or small, and why? Like, let's see if you guys figure out. Big. You know me well enough? No. Very small. One lot. Why? Why only one lot? Didn't add more as I went up? Nope. I never add more to a winning position. I know I'm weird like that. I always add to lower a cost basis. I never add risk in an inefficient spot. No. Good question. Why? Because huge upside. Yeah, if the market's going to move really far, I'm going to trade really small because it can move really far. My risk can be really big. It can move really far in both directions. So the bigger the move, the smaller the position. It might sound counterintuitive. If I think I'm at 100 points, I don't say, ooh, let me get 10. Let me go all in on this. Let me try to make $1 million in a trade. No. Market's going to move really far. If it's going to move twice as much as I think it's going to move, I'm going to trade half as big because I can also equally take a loss. If I take one contract of NASDAQ down 40 points, I'm going to lose $800. If I trade 5 micros for 80 points, it's twice as big. I'm going to still lose $800. The loss is the same. Doesn't matter how big the market moves, I adjust my position size so my gains are the same. You guys tune into this stream every single day for the last 4 months watching me, and you never see any one of these accounts, any single account, any more than $5,000, mostly 1 to 2, don't you? Let me ask you guys if you've been paying attention to me for the last 4 months. Do you notice that every single one of my prop accounts that I'm trading are the same amount of win, the same amount of loss? You don't see $10,000 red. You don't see $10,000 green per account. You see consistency to a single point, right? Is that what I'm telling you guys? It's really the same. I force that consistency by, if I know the market can move big. When it fell more than 40 points, I was very surprised that we fell from where we did, from like 950 to 840, over 100 points. I was like, oh man, that's big. All right, let me just get one contract. I was still a little antsy getting one. That was pretty big. 140 points on one contract is what, 2,600 something bucks, right? That's a big drawdown. So I would normally adjust my position such that I know the move. And that's where I got the 2,600. That's exactly where 2,600 came from. I got the 100 points on one contract. So the idea is you don't see crazy amounts of variability in here. And if you guys are saying, and this is one of my favorite lessons to teach. So many people think the learning curve of trading is like this. Let me draw you guys something on my chart. I'm about to teach you the most valuable lesson in the world. Now, let me preempt this by saying I'm not really cocky, but I'm going to talk about how good I am for the sake of, let's pretend I'm talking about somebody else. We're comparing ourselves like a superstar of trading. Okay. Most people think the learning curve of, let's just say, we'll put FB, the final boss of trading, like the end guy, the guy that's the final thing, the final boss, the best of the best, the hardest place to beat, right? And this is you, complete beginner. Level 1, you just rolled your character, you just came out of the starting zone. All right. Most people think as they level up in trading that all right, let's say, I'm sorry, final boss is here, final boss. Okay. That, they're going to beat the final boss pretty quick as time goes by. Most people think trading is kind of like this, that they learn a whole lot very quickly. And then within maybe like 2 or 3 weeks to a month, they're pretty much at par. People think that they're pretty much at par with being able to beat the market. They think they learn like this. And I'm going to tell you how you actually learn in Wall Street. You think you make your all the way up to beat the final boss in like this kind of like exponential longer. I mean, I get better and better and better and better. You don't. Here's how you actually learn as a trader. Ready? You kind of learn like this, and then you stop. And then you explore weird stuff that takes you back a little bit. And then you fight. And then you learn, and then you learn, and then you learn, and then you bump up. And you bump down. Your learning is actually like this. You kind of always hover at like 50%. And you usually get there within a week of learning. It's the craziest thing. You learned your ICT, you learned your whatever in like the first week. And then over the next, I don't know, maybe I'll say 10 years, most of you hover. Sometimes you get really good. Sometimes you get really bad. You explore a new technique. It works for a little bit. Then it doesn't work. You explore a new technique. It works, doesn't a little bit. And it doesn't. And if you actually look, at the slope of this hover line, it's like this with like a 1 degree slope. You improve actually very slowly after the first month. You learn pretty much everything within the first month, and then you only get slightly better going on in time. You guys may think you get better like this. You don't. The problem is most people get in right here and they've learned enough. They've learned too much to be reckless, but not enough to be successful. And again, quote me on this. Most of you learn enough to be reckless, but not enough to be successful. This is almost everybody. You learn so much so quick, you think you've got it. You watch a guy on YouTube trading, you go, oh man, he's making money, He's just pushing buttons and making money. I'm almost there. You tell yourself, I'm almost there. He's making money, I'm pushing buttons, I'm kind of making money, I'm almost there. But I'm going to tell you guys, you're not almost there. The difference between you and me is so big you can't even comprehend. I'm not trying to brag to say I'm great. Final boss. To beat the final boss, you are so far away from your target, you don't even know it. But you feel like you're almost there. Now, I have a final boss. There's people much, much, much better than me. And the difference between me and them, I can't even fathom. But it may look like we're close when I compare results. I may look at somebody and say, man, they're really good. I'm almost there. The difference in mastery of something is monumental. Like the second chair celloist at the symphony and the first chair may sound similar when they play, but the finest tunist difference between them could be a decade of practice for that slight bit of change. So when I say you're not there yet, it's because you're not there yet. It's going to take so long to grow this to be able to beat the final boss. Most people learn enough to be reckless. Like, I think I got it. And then you're cocky about it. You're actually the cocky one. I think I got it. I think I understand this. I joined this Discord a month in. I think I got it. I made some money last month. I got to pay out. I'm good. I'm going to get dangerous. I'm going to play. I'm going to get risky. But you have to realize the difference between you and the person that's actually successful doesn't seem like on the surface that it's that much different, but it's that much different. There's so much that other person does that they fine tune to the degree that you can't even fathom how much they've done. So there's a difference between a master and a grandmaster. That's the reason I love giving this speech. So when I tell you guys, most of you are so far away from your goals, don't stop giving up learning. This is the moral of the story. Most people are dangerous because they've learned enough to be reckless. And you're overly confident Dunning-Kruger syndrome, I think is what it's called. You overestimate your abilities when you're not really there yet. To be successful in trading, you're going to have to achieve the level of mastery that requires a lot of extra things you haven't considered. Fine-tuning your approach, perfect risk management, perfect consistency, as perfect as you can get it, perfect position sizing. You're going to aim to be perfecting as much as you can. And I'm going to tell you what I believe the things that people lack when it comes to mastery. Most of you guys got here and you're stagnant and barely learning something. The things that give you the bumps, position sizing. Okay, this is the very most important thing, sizing correctly. The next thing, sit out strategies, when to avoid the market. That's another way to get your win rate up. When to avoid altogether. Why am I not trading right now? I'm done. These are questions you have to ask yourself. Right size, when to not approach the market. Very important. And over time, these are some big bumps you're going to do. And then consistency, like extreme consistency, almost to the point that you can actually draw your own P&L curve. What do you want it to look like? I'm so consistent. I want it to not do that. So I'm pretending to be like you would tell yourself, I'm so consistent. I don't want this to happen, but it did happen. Okay, let me fine tune. I'm trading way too big. Let me trade smaller. You can almost draw your P&L curve to what you want your drawdown to look like. Because, I have a win rate of this. And so if I lose this many days in a row, I can lose this much altogether. Can my account still handle it? You're always fine-tuning your approach at the mastery level. So while it may seem like you and someone else you're emulating or learning from are very similar, right, in your approach, there's a very big difference between the kid playing Wonderwall at a party, trying to impress the girl sitting on the couch on an acoustic guitar, than, Eric Clapton whipping out a solo in a giant amphitheater, right? You're both playing guitar, but there's like this layers of mastery that most people think they've achieved and they're very far from achieving. So this to me is like the most important lesson I teach all my students, especially that come through, is that nobody's ever perfect in their skill. Like for me, I feel like there's people that are millions of miles ahead of me, right? And I don't look at that as like I'm almost there. I don't take a naive approach to that. I see somebody better than me and I go, oh man, just to get that next tiny bump, I know it's like 5 more years of training. Like give yourself the realism of that, right? So hopefully you guys understand. You're going to try to learn how to forecast the market ahead of time. Be first. That's also another big bump. How can I be first? Being first, that's the advantage. If I knew where to buy and I knew how to get in before other people, and I had a crystal ball, I would just tell myself, where do I get in first? You always say if you had the ability to see in a crystal ball and see the future, the first thing you'd be looking at is, where's the dip and where can I be first? You would always look for that. So try your best to achieve that without a crystal ball. How can I be first on this trade? Where's the opportunity here before it even happens? And that is a level of mastery that does take a whole life, because you're still guessing, right? Market's still a crapshoot. You're still guessing. Ooh, am I right or wrong here? I don't know. Do I think I'm more right than wrong? Okay. Or hell yeah. Okay, let me bet bigger because it's a hell yeah. Oh, but the distance is really large. Okay, let me bet smaller. I'm very confident, but it's a large distance. Let me trade medium small, maybe slightly bigger than small. And you're like, okay, you've got that feel for it. And it does take a lifetime of practicing, right? So have you ever heard of the S curve of mastery? It sounds like what you would see. I think that's pretty similar. I'm just guessing, right? Where people learn very much very quickly and then they plateau. And then it takes a very long time. Then ultimately they start to gain traction, kind of like that. Is that what you're talking about? It's a general philosophy of mastery. Yeah. So when you're like this, almost everybody, that's good will kind of tie in the middle of the ELO. And then when you get up to like grand mastery level, the distance between grandmasters is extravagantly large just for a few extra ELO points at the top. Like chess score, right? The difference between 2200 and 2250 is much bigger in mastery than the difference between 1000 and 1050, right? So on the S part of that kind of curve, the mastery level at the top is so much different between one grandmaster and the next for just a slightly different score. Like if somebody does 1% better than the next person and they're both at the top, it's leagues of mastery higher. It's not just slightly better. Yeah, it's the S curve. This is what you guys are talking about. Yeah. So that's an inverted way of seeing the curve. But if you guys get what I'm saying, right? Yeah. So anywho, so make sure as you guys learn, as time goes on, really convince yourself when you're like not doing well and you're starting to learn as a student. I find with the younger generations, the impatience is there. Like you're not doing well very quickly. So you're usually like frustrated with it. And you have to realize it's not a boomer thing to say. So don't make fun of me for being old. But you will understand that it does take a long time to master this. If you're still struggling 1 or 2 years in, you're like, man, I'm going to quit. It's been a year. I haven't got a payout. I'm just like, oh, tell me more about your year of practice. You need to get a PhD in this stuff. Come back to me when you're at year 15. You're not going to feel like a master in the first year. You're going to struggle getting payouts the first year. Hell, maybe the first 5 years. And then tell yourself that's normal. And then you're okay with it. Commit to it ahead of time. This is another way to get ahead. See the future there. You say, this is normal. The guy on the screen told me this is normal. That was normal for him. He struggled for 5 years. My biggest ego hurdle was going into this, having a hard time knowing that I was a failure at it at the start. I didn't want to accept it. How long is this going to take before I'm good at this? Nobody knew. You'll never know. Tell yourself, if you're still struggling a couple years in, it's okay, junior. It's part of the game. And it will take you a very long time. Many of you for your whole lives before you feel like you got successful at this. Most of you never, right? This is part of it. Don't be discouraged that you're kind of plateauing, because over time, you will start to see at some point, once it starts clicking, you'll start to feel like you're accelerating very quickly. Once you start to tailor everything. But in the time you're training, you're going to be at that flat spot with the 1% slope for a very long time. Yeah, so helpful is a good idea. What's the best visualization of this is professional sprinters. What's the difference between 0.5 seconds? For normal people, not much. For sprinters, that's a lifetime. Yeah, this was kind of the moral of the story. You nailed it. What position sizing would I advise for a fresh 50K account? Well, unfortunately, I can't advise you on that. If I was trading my own personal 50K account, if I had one, I'd be trading in the realm of micros, a handful of micros, like 5 or less. Yeah. In 100 and 150K accounts, I'm trading 1 to 2 E-minis in NASDAQ. Maybe 3 if I'm so confident. So there's a gauge of how high. If you're trading more than 1 to 2 E-minis and you're not in a 150K account or 100K account, then you're trading bigger than I do. I don't need to trade big to put money on the board, a little bit at a time. But yeah, so the idea was, I'm telling you guys, is I see a lot of people that are overly cocky. I see a lot of gurus out there selling services after a year of trading. I always look at that and I go, how would somebody ever want to learn from somebody that's only been doing this a year? There's so many different layers of mastery to this. The person's not a master. They may be proficient. They may be decent. You're not trying to learn from somebody decent. You're trying to learn to master yourself. Decent people don't make money over time. Decent people make money in short bursts and then lose it. So keep in mind, the whole moral of the lesson is, you might say, well, how is Matt? Because a reason I pose the question this way, I say, think of me. People ask me like, how are you doing? And I'm not. I even had somebody say, I watch you on the stream. I try to copy your trades. Well, first I banned somebody for copying my trades. I think that's something I don't support at all. But it's like, I copy your trades and no, I can't do what you're doing. I'm like, that's the most ridiculous, preposterous thing I've ever heard. Like, you're playing guitar and I'm trying to follow along with you. How come I don't sound the way you do it when I do it? Why doesn't it sound the same? I mean, I'm pushing the same buttons. I'm like, yeah, but I hold my pick to like a degree where I get that tone that's so beautiful sounding, right? You can't ever mimic a master just by following it. And people sell you the idea that you can. Like, you can buy their service and copy their trades. That's literally like me saying, hey guys, give me $1,000 and I'll sit there and play guitar and you can get on stage and just watch me. I'll be outside doing it. Just follow what I'm doing. And you'll trick everybody into thinking you're doing it too, right? It doesn't work that way. And so you got to make sure you're thinking like that. You're going to have to put in your hours, put in your work, grind it out. That's it. And it's going to take a while. Yeah, people are like saying like, buy my course or whatever. Yeah. So a lot of things I teach you guys here is stuff from my boot camp. This is why my boot camp is like, I teach people these principles and things. that you want to basically be go into the market with reality and check. You know, you're not out there with these hopes and dreams. Oh, this guy made some money. Like I tell you, what you see on my screen, you can't copy it. You're not gonna be able to replicate it. Year 10, maybe, year 20, maybe. It's consistency, it's position sizing, it's very calculated, it's consistency. My wins and losses are the same size almost every day. Very rarely are you going to see a $5,000 in one of those accounts win or loss. You're going to see it very consistent daily. That's key to strategy, consistency. Position size, I'm very rarely deviating from that. That's how I achieve the consistency, right? And I'm so consistent with it. I don't even use stop losses. I manually stop. I'm so consistent in my approach. I trust myself to do it. If I put a stop loss, I call that false confidence. I know where I'm going to stop, and I trust myself to push the button. If I put a stop loss, I'm more likely to be like, let me move it. Let me move it again. Let me give it some more room. If you ever put a stop loss on and you move it around, then you defeated the purpose to begin with. You're not stopping where you initially chose. I don't put the safety net in. Therefore, I always stop where I need to. Every time. So again, it's not like don't say, oh, Matt says don't use stop losses. You guys use a stop loss. New traders always use a stop loss. Never not use one. Just don't move it. So to get that extra half a second off of my speed or whatever in racing, I'm manually getting out so I can have even more fine-tuned control. But again, that's a level of mastery. When you get to that level, you may choose to do that. Until then, use a stop. Do not move it. Where you choose to stop, that's where you stop. Never look at it and go, I'll give myself some more room. Then you don't using a stop. You're just manually fudging where you get out. You completely defeated the purpose. Stops are very important. The reason a manual stop is good is because when I get to the level I'm stopping at, I can take one more final consideration and analyze like 10 things at once and say, let me trim or let me add to the position. I get a few more decisions to make. And then if I choose, no, I'm still going to get out. I usually can get out at a really good spot. About the same where my stop would be. So I up my win rate a little bit by taking extra considerations by manually stopping. Again, you're not going to do that as a new trader or a medium trader, advanced trader. You're going to do that as a grandmaster if you want. Get a little bit extra fine tuning on my approach. And that's it. So the idea is that, again, that's dangerous, right? Well, what happens if the news comes out and the market dies? Right. That can happen. One day out of 1,000, the market can just do that randomly while I'm in a position and I lose a whole lot. That's tens of thousands of dollars or whatever. Very rarely. As we know, the S&P and NASDAQ move very discreetly. The NASDAQ is moving about 40 point burps, right? So it'd be very rare for it to move 40 points and then some because, well, we need a very devastating event for that to happen. I've traded long enough to know it just doesn't happen that often. So I don't really care to worry about it. So what happens if I'm long a certain position that falls 40 points? I can do the calculation. $800 a contract on NASDAQ, $500 every 10 on S&P. My position's never big enough that even a surprise candle that goes out of nowhere, I can't just pull the ripcord and I'm just down $1,000 or $2,000. The rare time that does happen. So my position size allows me to buffer the random noise of the market and take a hit and be okay. So I'm never unguarded, full port, YOLO long position where that can happen. So that's the whole point. Make sure that you understand that the fine tuning, the differences between you and a person that's probably doing this well is a lot. It's not just a little bit. It's not like you're almost there. I promise you, if you're a new student, you know we're close to being there. But people learn a whole lot and they're taught a whole lot and they think they're almost there. Like, I think I got this. And then 3 or 4 months in, you give up. 5 years until I was comfortable enough to do this full time. 5 years. 5 years. Year 5, I said, okay, I think I can do this. I think I can do it. And that was a gamble then. It wasn't like 5 years swimming in dough. Oh yeah. I make money every day. I'm the best trader in the world. It's like 5 years. I was like, okay, I think I'm going to take the risk. I think I'm going to do this and no longer work anymore. Okay. So keep that in mind. It's part of the journey. So if you're struggling and you're in the prop space and trying to make payouts and whatever, and after a year or two, it's just not clicking, you're at the flat part of the curve. It's pretty normal. And ultimately, you're aiming for places where you can accelerate. And it just is grinding it out inside of this little by little. And it will be frustrating. I just got to remind you guys that whenever you're in this middle part, you feel like you're almost there. You're like, I'm so close. You're more easily susceptible to buy somebody's magic beans because they're going to get you over the hill. Don't. This is when you're the most desperate to buy into something stupid. Here, you're the first book you read, you're almost there, right? Here, you're like, oh, I feel like I'm doing okay. And then somebody's like, hey, man, for $10,000, I'll teach you what I know. You'll make all this money, I promise. And you're like, oh, I've been in this for a year. I'm so impatient. I got to start making money. Wife's going to make me quit. I want my dreams to come true. And that's when you usually go out there and do the stupid stuff like buy your $10,000 guru package or whatever. So in the flat spot is when you're the most desperate and you do the most stupid stuff. This is the time for you to learn and do the least stupid stuff. I'll give you that advice going forward. Where you are, do the least stupid stuff. You're the most susceptible to being manipulated and convinced, and like you feel like you're almost there. And somebody's like, yeah, I got you the answer, bro. I'll tip you over. You'll be there tomorrow. You'll be there next week. You'll be like me. You're not. Be like, no, I don't want to buy this guy's thing because this guy, Matt, told me I'm not almost there. This guy's trying to convince me I am. I just got to give him $5,000 of my money. Your money is better spent losing in the market. That's your best education. That's my piece for y'all today. So I promise you guys a cool lesson every day. This was a good one. You've been 3 years, only 6 payouts. Don't say only 6 payouts with a sad face. 3 years. I can't believe I've made 6 payouts. Nothing wrong with that. It's hard to get a payout for many people. I wouldn't look at that as a bad thing. I would look at that as progress. I would celebrate, what have you done to get your payouts? How are you improving since you've got them between the last payout and now? What have you done differently? How are you fine-tuning your approach? It's going to be okay. Can I tell you something interesting? Did you know when I started trading props, I was immediately making payouts. It took me 1 week to get my first payout. The first time I ever touched a prop. Why? Well, because I'm there. That's it. It's not like you can't do it. It's just that you're not there in your journey. And you might get there, and you got to keep grinding out and working at it. I picked up the props. I looked at parameters. I said, okay, this, I'm going to fine tune. I'm going to trade this much. I'm going to trade that much. I'm going to do this. My very first prop account I ever touched, I got a payout immediately. But because I've been trading for so long, I looked at it and I made a game plan. I knew all the things I needed to look at. I knew how the system worked. I knew where they're stopping me, where I'm getting squeezed, what the drawdowns were. My position size was on point. And then I just got lucky as well that I picked the trade well enough to get a payout. And I don't make a payout with every prop account. I bust sometimes too. That's normal. The prop space is hard. Don't think I don't ever bust. I bust plenty of times. But over time, you'll learn how to trade to where somebody will throw, here's some prop parameters. You'll be able to quickly tweak and adjust because you've mastered your craft. You're like, hey, I'm a blues guitarist. Yeah, man, but we got we're a metal band and we need a guitarist. Can you play? You're like, yeah, what key are you in? The guy's like, and I'm like, I think I know guitar. How's this sound? Whoa, dude, you've been playing metal all your life? No, it's the first time. I've just been playing guitar all my life. So trust me when I say trading mastery will take you a lifetime to master. Don't be discouraged. You can't pick up your guitar and start playing metal immediately. Your discipline will carry over into anything you do as far as a trader goes. And somebody says, okay, I'm going to give you a new challenge. $100,000 account. You can only trade 2 micros. And this is what you got to do. Grow it to 120. You immediately formulate in your head, okay, what can I do with this? You know all your handles. You've been doing it long enough. So it's easy to adjust. So when I tell you the reason I got to pay out immediately to inspire you to say that it's not prop firm mastery you're trying to achieve. It's just trading mastery. When you're mastering trading, prop getting payout becomes easier because you know what you're supposed to do. And you just got to keep trying at it. And it's going to take some time. This speech made you get a 9 to 5. Thanks, LOL. Man, the first years of me trading, dude, I was like trading and working as an engineer. Sitting there, freaking meeting. I got my phone in my lap. I'm sitting there staring at my crotch, like staring at my trades. Everybody in the meeting knows I'm not paying attention. You know what I'm saying? Is that you guys? You're sitting there like in a conference table and you're like doing this. Everyone sees you looking at your crotch. You got your phone there. You're upside down in position. Everyone knows you're not paying attention. It's so obvious what you're doing. You're staring at your phone. Yeah, that was me. I've been there. Trust me, I've been there. I've gone through that. Trading on my lunch break, showing up early, doing my work early so I can leave early, things like that. Oh, it's CPI day. Hey, boss, can I take my lunch break in the morning early? Can I work later? Like you take like a 45-minute shit because you're sitting there trading some micros. Yeah, no, I've been there. Man, he goes to the bathroom a lot, doesn't he? You're in there, your laptop's on your lap, your pants aren't even down, but you're sitting there like on your computer. Yeah, no, I know. We've all been there. You're going to pay your dues and it's going to be hard. But my inspiration to you is accept that and stick with it. It'll be hard. And I look at people that I see that are trading. If I see people that I think are better than me, I don't tell myself, I'm just going to have a chat with them and learn their secrets and I'll learn it tomorrow. I'm like, damn, this is what 10 extra years gives you. These guys are just the difference in win rate, 72% versus 75%. Damn, 3%. That's huge. That's not small. That's big. I wonder what that person did over the last decade to get that extra 3%. So when I tell you guys that the lesson is always called, trust me, you're not there yet. And you're always going to be much further away than you think you are from your goals because it's like, you got to get to that part of the curve. Yeah. The curve of the S of mastery, whatever people call it. Yeah. So, and I still think I'm like, I think after year 10, I felt like I was accelerating on that curve. I'm like, every year I felt like I'm just getting better and better at this. Probably by year 10, I felt the curve. And then I started creating stuff with Rocket Scooter, and every tool I made, my win rate would go up by like a couple percent. And it was just like, okay, my position sizing is down. My position management's down. And then I'm just adding new tools to increase the win rate. And then it's a cool place to be because then you get to be very creative in your approach. And now you get to do things like, I know I need to buy. Ooh, I think that the Fed's going to cut rates and there's people that want to buy this. So I'm going to get in. Where am I going to buy this? How am I going to be first? And now I'm not only just doing what I need to do, I'm doing it 5 steps ahead. And then that's where the real like grand mastery approach comes from, is you're trying to be ahead of the curve. And once you get there, the creativity part of trading is fun. You're improving. You have your system, but you're also improving at the same time. Market goes slightly off key. How do you get back on key with your instrument? You know so much of your instrument, you can get back on track pretty quickly. Nothing surprises you anymore. You play the wrong note, you can play it off, have fun with it. Brick by brick, as somebody said. That's right. But anywho, today was a good day. Luck. I could have taken a hit if it went the other way on the other side of 841, grab that dip, and I consider that a masterful play. I even told you guys yesterday I was going to do it. Get ahead of the curve. I told y'all, remember on yesterday's stream, y'all can go watch it. Tomorrow, I'm going to buy the dip on CPI. I hope that news is bad because I'm buying that dip. How do I handle failure? The same way as I handle success. I just handle it. Losing is part of winning. I trust that I'm going to win over time. So failure doesn't hurt anymore. My position size is small enough that failure doesn't hurt. So if you keep your position sizing correctly, losing isn't a big deal. It doesn't look big and you don't get a shock when you see it. If you're betting too big and you lose too big, you're going to look at it and be shocked and it's going to freak you out. So sizing down is the easiest way to learn how to handle failure. Trade as small as you can such that your loss doesn't feel any certain way. And then start trading bigger until it does. And as soon as you start feeling something, then you're trading too big. And then there's your sweet spot. You stay there, then inch your way forward. When you feel uncomfortable, pull back. Inch your way forward, feel uncomfortable, pull back. The minute you feel uncomfortable, it's too much. That's how you do it. I teach you this lesson for years. Do you win even when you lose? No, I lose just as much as a lot of people. But I trade enough that I can manage the accounts for the day to hopefully turn them into wins maybe by the end of the day. Statistically, like I have an edge with some of my setups, do win more often than they lose. So the more I play them, the higher the probability is the account turns green by the end of the day. If you do have an edge in something, you got something that works 60% of the time, you got to play it every single time. And ultimately, as long as you don't blow up over time, you should technically win, mathematically speaking, right? So position sizing, Jimenez has said, is the key. Yeah. That's it. Trade small enough that doesn't hurt when you lose. And you'll get used to like where your sweet spot is. Like small. Instead of trading 5 contracts, E-mini, right? Start with like 5 micros, like a 10th, like go really small and be like, oh, I'm feel okay with this. I'm up and down $100. That's cool. Let me try 7. Okay, 7's cool. Let me try 1.5. Ooh, that was a big loss. Let me back down to 1. And then you're going to find where your comfortable place is. You're not going to make a fortune. You're not going to lose a fortune, hopefully. And you're kind of like learning the ropes, and you pull the emotional part out of it, and losing is just part of it at that point. It doesn't feel any way. So you're cool with it. Right? Somebody as K-Spec says, focusing on position, sizing, focusing is so important. Don't let your confidence let you get bigger. Yeah, right. Maintain. And you guys, let me be an inspiration. You guys are going to see that those 5 accounts there, you are almost never going to see a 5-figure red in one of those accounts or green in one of those accounts. I keep it tight. I try to keep it 2,000 up or down per account, sometimes 3 if I get lucky, but 2 is a good happy medium to progress these accounts to pay out, right? That meets the consistency and all the other rules. I maintain the consistency they ask of me, right? So that's it. All right, guys, we are 400 subscribers away from 50K. This is incredible. If you guys haven't subbed to the channel, I'd love for you to sub to the channel. And we're almost there. And 65 likes away from 500, so smash the like button, friends. If you guys like the free lessons and the free education and stuff, that's what we're here for. We really want to help inspire you guys, you know, to keep grinding and put in the work and not be discouraged and not trade stupid and not be cocky and be real with your trading. You're going to have to get a PhD, and it's going to take a while, just like any skill set. What prop accounts am I trading? MyFundedFutures is one of them, and then 2 other props. We don't name other companies here, but 2 other props that I've always been trading in MyFundedFutures. And the size, typically I'm trading the top accounts are 100K, the bottom accounts are 150K. And when I had MyFundedFutures Elite, I always trade the biggest one. Or the pro accounts now, I'll trade the biggest one if I got them, yeah. It just depends. I usually get the one with the highest drawdown to cost ratio, or the one that has the best, fattest DLL, because I hate daily loss limit. That's like the bane of my existence. Daily loss limit always screws me up, man. It's the worst. It always. And what I love about when you go funded with MyFundedFutures, there's no daily loss limit. This is why they're the GOAT. Daily loss limit's the worst. I hate it. So if there's an option and daily loss limit's part of the package, I usually get the one with the biggest one because I hate that rule so much. Hate it. Okay, guys. We love being here. If you guys don't mind, toss some W's in chat for the team, for the mods. Rocks in chat for us if you like it. Come back tomorrow. We'll be live again tomorrow. Same thing. Don't forget, tomorrow is the Michigan numbers, equally important to CPI. It's going to be a big moving day, just the same. That comes out after market opens, so it's not going to be pre-market like CPI and PPI were, but it's going to be a mover just the same. I feel like the Michigan numbers are going to forecast the long-term inflation. This is going to be one of the more important ones because we've been trending down. The question is, are we going to be trending up? Michigan numbers don't change. I think the market's going to perceive that as pretty bullish, but we'll see. The last Fridays have been kind of nightmare. Check them out right in the evening time. And we will see you guys later. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Matt. I'm out.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunt, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.